Hello, babes. Hello, Horties. How are you? Oh my god. Oh my god, Gorge. How are you? How's it going today? Goodness gracious, there's so many people hanging out. There's like a bunch of folks chit-chatting up in the YouTube chat today. Dominic Firecrafting, Verona Fox is over there, also in the chat in the website. I noticed you are double teaming. Phoebe, hello. Sarah Lynn, Culture Geek. Oh, nice. I don't know if your name is meant to be a BoJack Horseman reference, but that's where I went today. Anyway, there's so many people over there. Hello. And then what's up, folks, in the website chat? Always good to have you over here. Mama Mephistopheles says, ooh, Lux is serving Sith Lord today. Am I kind of serving Sith Lord today? I don't really know what this is. I feel like it's working, though. I haven't decided if I'm going to take my hair down. I actually thought I was going to take my hair down, so we'll see how that looks. What's up, Andes? Hello, Cherry Anarchist. Welcome to the website. I appreciate you joining up, hanging out with us for the first time over here on El Websito. What's up? Hey, Junebug. Yes. I'm like, this is clearly a feminine top, but I'm wearing it and I'm managing to make a feminine top even with a super deep V-neck. Like, it's very androgynous on me. So it's certainly a Luke. It's a Luke. It's a Luke Skywalker. Anyway, looking very gender today, precisely. Yeah, so let me get my hair down and see if that affects anything. Anyway, how is everyone's week going so far? Yesterday was Monday, which is usually kind of a bummer. I'm basically on a streak where I just kind of feel like shit every day right now. A femboy Link. You know, Link is definitely a femboy of some variety. Investigate bigger Luke theory. Okay, let me get out of here. Oh gosh. I want to steal that look so bad. Go to the thrift store more often. You get fun clothes. Okay, I don't think this is the right side. I think it needs to be on this side. Oh gosh, there we go. Am I just a twink? Ooh, okay. I mean, fair enough. If I get to be just a twink today, that's perfectly acceptable. Any hoozle, yeah. So Monday's usually not a great day, but Tuesday's good. Elk Owl, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Looking great today, Luxander. Thanks for continuing the great content. That's much appreciation to you, Elk Owl. Thank you so much. Getting us started off early with the donos today. Fuck yeah. Lux whipping the hair. Yes, I whip my hair one direction. My actual name and human function. Okay, Sarah Lynn's just your actual name. Yeah, I just watched BoJack Horseman, and I'm watching it again. I don't got enough tits for a V-neck like that, though. I don't have the kind of confidence either yet. I guess this is a little bit of a confidence move. It's quite low, especially because you're viewing me from a slightly above-ish angle. Yeah, I don't know. It's not like I have huge tits anyway, like huge chest, huge tits. That tried to come out as one thing at the same time. Hello, Gayfesh. Plans today got postponed, so instead I get to be here. Hypers. Well, thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you. There's like 37 people in here right now. If you're here and you're enjoying hanging out, even if you're gonna leave, hit the like button before you do, because that always helps the channel. It's always an immediate little boost. And we usually do our thing at the beginning where we kind of chill and we hang out, and we'll get to talking some, you know, politics and stuff here in a few minutes. I really need to start getting caught up on editing, and I'm having a really hard time doing it in like the beginning part of my day. So I was like, should I just try to take the time after stream? But really, like, I mean, I think the real reason that I'm having trouble getting anything done lately is because of the Zelda game that came out. Like, I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You don't need tits for a V-neck. You need necklaces and layers. Oh, I mean, that's true, Twitchy Witch. Uncomfortable accidentally had 2 tabs open. I think that that's considered artificially inflating the numbers. Trinity, welcome to the website. Thank you so much for hanging out, y'all. Yeah, if there's anybody hanging out on the YouTube chat who didn't know, this chat over here is actually my website. It's not Twitch. I don't stream on Twitch. Even if you just walk for 5 minutes in Breath of the Wild or TOTK, it's still progress. Yeah, I mean, true. I get so into it. It's ADHD crack. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, both. I love them so much. Like, my partner was asking me if I had gotten all of the towers yet, and if I had gotten the Master Sword and stuff yet. And I was like, no, I'm kind of just running around on the ground. Thank you, Mama Mephistopheles, with the tier 1 sub. Ooh, yes, you had to get the name back. Findom Parasocial Daddy. I don't, how do you Findom? I don't really know actually how it works. Although I feel like that would be the world's easiest job. I found you because transatlantic. That's awesome. That's so good to hear. I'm glad to see that, like, we've got not only, because I did get some subscribers, and so not only did I get subscribers, but having people actually show up on my streams, man, that's awesome. Anybody who is new on the website chat, by the way, if you're interested, on the top right corner for you guys, is that how that works? In one of the corners, there's a button that says account. And if you go into there, you can select your pronouns from a drop-down menu, and then you hit the green save button, and then your pronouns will show up next to your name in the chat. Transatlantic seems like a good show. Yeah. Oh, by the way, everybody, if you didn't know, also, hello, Majra, welcome. That's so exciting having so many new people in the chat today. Thank you so much. Oh, I forgot to update this thingy. I got so distracted by the concept of how to Findom that I forgot to update the donation thingy. You already Findomed by getting you to sub, I guess. Yeah, like, naughty. I don't know. Like, I am clearly not Dom material. Findoming an audience is like, pay the fuck up, pay pig. Findoming one-on-one is like, here's my Amazon wish list. Buy one thing off of it for me now. Then we can continue. Okay. All right. Good to know. I feel like there's like a meanness that I have such a hard time getting to with, like, even if somebody wanted, like, if you wanted me to be mean to you, I don't know if I could figure it out. Zuki Tanuki, thank you so much. And yes, setting the pronouns is good stuff. By the way, Luxander, you're the only person on stream who pronounced the first word in my username correctly. Yeah, amalgam. Like an amalgamation. Yeah, why this happens so frequently that people say, Luxander, you're the first streamer to pronounce my name right. And I'm like, oh, okay, I mean, I just can read. I don't know. You made me a subscriber, therefore you are the Findom. Okay, I'll take it. I will accept. People don't understand names. Doming isn't about being mean, though. Well, it feels mean. Like, even if it isn't... Even if someone on some practical level it isn't actually mean, it still feels really mean. Quick pronounce anachronistic. Again, not a hard one. Just, I can read like English pretty well. And because I know English, I know a lot of other random bullshit about languages. And then I know like a little bit of Japanese, and I took like 3 years of French. And that means I know, like, I can kind of figure out Spanish and Italian a little bit. Right. Use your sock packers as whips. True. Hello, Firecrafted. Wow, there's just so many new people on the website. Thank you so much. Like, y'all, drop some of your favorite emojis. Like, let's get these new people to understand what they are here for. Like, you're here because it's the chat that I pay more attention to, first of all. Second of all, we got custom emojis here. I know, Dix is subscriber only. We've got so many good ones here. Just saying hi and thanks, have a fun stream. Thank you, Namnatolko. Leave a like before you go. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. But for $5 a month, you can directly support me, and YouTube doesn't take 30% of your money. So that's another reason to be on the website, is because you can directly support me and don't have to worry about... yeah, literally like 40% of my money 1 month, like of my donation money. Very, very obnoxious. Dick's Sporting Goods, true. Amazing. Oh my God, I do love Amazing. It's a good one. Clear some of these notifications. My IRL name is unusual enough that if you see it written first, you will mispronounce it. And if you hear it first, you will misspell it. One of the only times that has ever not happened to me is when Rakieta Law doxed me on stream. And I was like, hey, he got my name right. Nice. I mean, that's one thing about getting doxed, that it's like, at least someone got your name right. Is the amazing a joke on Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know, actually. Someone who has been around in Walsh'S chat and stuff will have to tell me, because I think that's a Walsh carryover. Oh my god, yummy. It is JLP. Okay, good, yeah. So yeah, to kind of give you an overview, even though we're not necessarily going to jump into it right this second, we we have the stuff in the topic title that you clicked the video. So Matt Walsh has an ominous tweet about Pride. And in a related note, there is some information from the Department of Homeland Security that we're going to have to look into. And then also, there's the Ford thing. Funniest commercial I've seen in years. It's incredible. I'm so looking forward to watching that with you. Like, since I saw it, I was like, wow, I'm going to cover this on stream, and I cannot fucking wait, because it's going to be hilarious. Gosh, my fucking throat. The, can I pronounce your name? It's Ellicat Taliesin Fox? Or Taliesin? But I think Taliesin. That's what I would guess anyway. But yes, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend wore drag, and she's defending it, of course. So that's another little fun little news thing that I had on my docket for today. We cleared our throats at the same time. It's like I have really mild allergies, right? Like I have super, super mild allergies, but it's like my main symptom is drainage and like fluid and like my throat being like mildly sore. And that's like me basically all spring and all summer now. Like starting in my late 20s, you know, like when I turned 26 or 27 a few years ago, I just am constantly in the spring and summer just a little bit stuffy, and like my nose is like stuffed up, but it's also stuffed up in like a dry way. So blowing my nose doesn't really help. It's just constantly like kind of stuffed up, and like I can't breathe super well. Yeah, so I am not super excited about it being that time of year. Okay, I gotta get the link to this Ford commercial before we go anywhere. Sitting in a pink room on my pink bed, surrounded by characters and comfy watching Lux. Felt haggard earlier. This is pleasant. Very nice. Yeah, get cozy, get comfy, y'all. We're gonna try to have a good time today. So much of the conversation lately has been fucking just awful. So we're gonna, I do have some like unfortunate / sad news that we can talk about today, but I think that I'd rather avoid it for now. My doctor had me using steroid nose drops for that. Yeah, my doctor suggested a nasal spray, but I don't think it's a steroid. I think it's just an over-the-counter one, right? I'm surrounded by Care Bears. Okay, I see. Surrounded by Care Bears. That does sound quite comfy. I rearranged my bedroom for camping this weekend. It's unfinished but aesthetic. Ooh. Get some colored lights and stuff, mama. I like today. How do we think about this today? The colors. I put it on. I have 2 rotating colors settings. There's this one, which is like, you know, goes from green to blue and kind of in between. And then there's also one that's like bisexual colors, but the bisexual colors one, it like flashes a little too much. And I kind of like that the green, you know, it's like I have green vines and I want the green to show up, but green on its own is kind of like a disconcerting color. So if it cycles through, maybe that makes it a little bit more pleasant. Josie Cat, thank you so much for coming to hang out after being over on the line. I don't know what happened to my audio when we were on the line. It sounded, personally, because I hear my voice all the time because I edit my own videos, like, boy howdy. We watched a little bit of that later on And I was like, wow, my voice sounds terrible. So hopefully we figure out what that was so that it doesn't, like, my voice sounded really annoying. So maybe you'll enjoy this stream a little bit more. I like the designs of the new shrines, by the way. I am a huge fan of the way that they revamped the whole, like, they revamped the whole system for how to solve puzzles in that game. And I'm a big fan. Big fan. I'm sitting on a big purple beanbag right now. That sounds amazing. So this is the other thing that I could do. Like, I could do it in pink and purple. And then it'll, like, cycle around to blue. But I don't think I like that as much, honestly. Let's do this. Let's just keep it where it was. Oh, goodness. Yes, 50 viewers. I love your quilt wall. Right, yeah, I love this so much. It was made for me by my mother-in-law, who is an excellent human being. And I love her a lot. And this is actually like the backside of the quilt, technically. But I like this side better. We like the green. Blue-green gradient vibes. We'll stick with it and see how it goes. We'll see how it goes for tonight. So we do have, yeah, we have like the bullshit news. That's a sad story that I don't want to talk about today. We could watch this CBS video. I took a risk today for the Daily Nude and put on my Metamor strap. I wanted to serve chaos, but alas, it has performed poorly. Ah, that's a bummer. It sucks when you try something new and you're like, ooh, this is fun. And then and people are just like, I don't care about that. And I'm like, oh, well, okay. My bad. My bad for trying something new. Whatever. Hello, Jimmy Nails. Basslight Bait Keep Boy Boss. True? True. There was a funny TOTK animation, but I think it has game music. So listen, guys, I'm still for the most part avoiding consuming any content about Tears of the Kingdom because I really do want to experience as much of it as possible without, like, outside influence. Including, I don't really watch videos about if people are just showing off their little contraptions. I basically see something that looks like it's from Tears of the Kingdom with their new shit, and I'm like, nope, scroll past. I don't want to see that because I want to have my own original ideas. I want to experience the game on my own terms. And I've played a lot of it, but there's still like a lot that I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely want to experience this without being spoiled on it, basically. I'm a stickler for spoilers. That's just for me. That's for me to be. Draken Christinger, thank you so much for hanging out. Welcome in. How are we doing today? We're doing pretty all right. Doing all right so far. We've got vibes. Hello, Shade. There's so many white names today because we have so many new people on the website. I'm like, oh my gosh. It's like blinding. It's like when your vampire friend goes to the beach and you're like, woo! Someone lit the beacons of Wow, the Lord of the Rings reference just dropped completely. You know, I know something happened to your things, Mersh. I was here for it. Make sure that you have a drink, y'all. We're hanging out. We're enjoying each other's company. The world is a terrible place. So, you know, generally speaking, I am a political show, right? I am absolutely here to talk about the politics. I'm here to talk about the genocide of trans people. I'm here to bring you the info. But also, I will kill myself. Not really. I'm joking. It you know, obviously it has a negative impact on your mental health if you only focus on the negative shit all the time. So we try to take a little bit of time on stream to just vibes, and sort of talk about whatever. Yeah, I will kill myself in Minecraft hardcore. Me playing a new game to the end as fast as possible to avoid it getting spoiled. Also me finishing the game and being sad it's over already. Cry face. Well, here's my thing. I've gotten most of the memories. Thank you, Silent. Oh my gosh. Yes, I got this at the thrift store recently. Like I'm like, how did I take this femme top and make it so andro, especially if I put my hair away? Like, I just feel like I'm serving some kind of like androgynous thing. But yes, hello Silent, good to see you. Hope you are well. Yes, the beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. Yes. I for some reason I was like, I thought that it was Rohan, and like I couldn't remember the name for Rohan. God stuff is great at Andro looks. Precisely. I also am personally of the opinion that this kind of like draping across the chest thing is like a masculine or androgynous style. And so that's kind of like the layering thing that's happening kind of gives it an androgynous vibe. It's giving Matrix. Ooh, it's giving Matrix. Oh, I'll take it. You look like when someone gets to the boss fight and the heroes go, oh no, it's hot. I'll take that one for sure. Thank you so much. I like these streams because it's a balance of important information and chill vibes. We got vibes. We got vibes. I don't really play music during the show because I guess I've never really thought about it. But Luxander is a Matrix name. If you think about the fact that Matrix is trans and that people choose their names in a trans way, then yeah, absolutely. Pretty much all trans names are Matrix names then. Starkiller vibes, TBH. Might be the hair, but a red lightsaber would definitely work with that outfit. Ooh. Starkiller? Whomst? Is this a comic book character? Or... I'm glad that we enjoy... Listen, I just got this one new top. This is all I did, is I took a shirt that I already owned, which is the mesh top, and I put it with this shirt that I just bought recently, and it's like, wow, this one is really hitting it off. Vader's secret apprentice from the Force Unleashed. This guy? We're talking about this guy? I think I watched my partner play this game, like, fucking 14 years ago. Or so like 13 years ago, something along those lines. Not knowing Starkiller. I don't do Star Wars, if I'm being honest. Extremely not canon. All trans people are Sith. No. No. I mean, I guess it sort of depends on what the Jedi represent. Like, do the Jedi represent a status quo that also reinforces a gender binary? Like, is being trans associated with the dark side in the same sense of like other things? Remind me of a vampire today. Rawr. Well, I'm glad that it's easy to impress everyone. I'm kidding. I love you all. Trek is better, to be sure. I honestly haven't even watched proportionally. Well, if we don't count the novels, if we just talk about like TV shows and stuff, I think that I've watched proportionally more Star Wars. Well, the TV... okay, so I've watched all of The Next Generation and all of the original series and all of Star Trek Enterprise, and that's all of the Star Trek that I've watched. Whereas with Star Wars, I've watched all 3 of each of the trilogies. So that's 9 movies. And some of the animated thing, Clone War, I think is what it's called. Some of that one. And then I have also read some of the novels. So I actually have read some of the novels. And I maybe saw like 1 or 2 of the Star Trek movies. So I guess proportionally I've watched a lot of Star Wars stuff. Except that they recently started making a bunch of TV shows. So it's like the inverse where like Star Trek had a bunch of TV shows and they're older and they've been around for longer. So I've watched those. But like also the Star Wars movies have been around for a long time. So I've watched the Star Wars movies. And then more recently, Star Trek is making more movies. And Star Wars is like more into TV show eras. The dark side kind of does literally physically corrupt the body. Yeah, right, it can. Yeah, oh, Star Trek, yeah, is making a lot more shows. Oh, that's a really interesting idea, Gayfesh. Sorry, yeah. Everybody, sometimes we just go on random media tangents like this. Hopefully that's okay. We will talk about politics eventually. Hit like before you leave if you're not interested in this convo. Yeah, the gray Jedi concept doing the rounds on Twitter right now, and it goes back to the argument of how Jedi and the Sith are not, quote, two sides of the Force. They're just religious orders set up in opposition to each other. So the Force was around before them, and therefore, can we know if the dark side is evil, or are the Sith evil, and they just, like, use the Force in this way? That's an interesting question. Disgusting, there are ads on streams on YouTube now. I want to watch my parasocial buddies, not Wendy's. Yeah, I apologize, Amalgam. I actually turned those on purpose because my streams usually get demonetized after they go public, like afterward. So the only time I'm going to be able to make money off of ads is during stream, like, unfortunately. But it doesn't happen super often. Gray Jedi people are usually like Snyder fans. Snyder fans? If you were to ask me to place mind control on a list of either good powers or evil powers, I would choose evil powers because that's a violation of someone's will, but the mind trick is a Jedi power. That's a really good point. Yeah, like it's just, you know, it's just various types of abilities have been coded as either acceptable or unacceptable within the system, like on a moral basis. So yeah, you have the Jedi who do things that aren't cool. Like, you could also argue that taking children to indoctrinate them into your religious order is also like a fundamentally not cool thing. It's not like a power associated with the Force, but it is like obviously a criticism of the organization. But yeah, the abilities themselves. Why is the lightning thing associated with the bad guys? You could make electricity that way, and therefore it could be a positive thing. I don't know. Yeah, nobody talks about how fucked up it is that Jedi raise up children basically from birth. Yeah, they take the children because they're like, yes, I sense that you have a lot of little organisms living in your body that create force. And it's like, yeah, I'm just going to take that. I'm just going to take your kid and turn them into, like, I mean, it's the state, right? Because the Jedi Order is like under the purview of the Senate, right? So they are a state-backed religious order that takes children and like takes custody of children and then turns them into military officers, essentially. You know, they didn't expect us to think about it. They didn't expect us to think about it. Oh no, Slashy, what's this legislation you're linking me at? Oh no, what's going on? It's from Ohio, so that's usually not a good thing. It's in committee right now. Jedi make child soldiers. Sith make people who know and accept themselves fully. Remember that Finn was also stolen from a family he never knew and raised only to be a stormtrooper, and in that case, it is objectively bad. Yeah. And you're like, and they're made to conform to those standards. I don't even know, like, if you're bad at being a Jedi, what do they do with you? They kind of, it seems like they really didn't have a system in place for what you do when someone is bad at being a Jedi, because clearly Anakin was not like doing a good job of being a Jedi, and he was breaking the rules. There are some Jedi washouts, I think. They kick you out and sort of just let you go do stuff. Oh, other jobs at the temple other than being knights. Okay, no, that would make sense. Yeah, like if you go to the Night's Watch in Game of Thrones, then you would be like, you could end up being one of the, rangers and go fight and do warrior shit, or they could be like, yeah, you're pretty strong, so we're gonna put you on the team of people who build shit, or like, you're not really good at anything, so we're gonna make you wash the clothes. Like, there are other jobs that are required. I guess I sort of just assumed that those would be fulfilled by some kind of state-appointed staff. But yeah. Yeah, go to the library. Go sort books, Samuel. Yeah, the way the Force works is dependent on who is writing the book / comic / game. The dark side has been depicted as anything from an actively corruptive part of the Force, or literally just what happens when people are overpowered by their emotions and ideas of revenge. It's a soft magic system, which means that it's flexible and they can kind of do whatever they want with it. Knights who go bad but not bad enough to warrant a death sentence can be removed from touching the Force. Whoa! That's fucking pretty intense. I don't know if it's still canon, but it used to be that if you didn't get selected by a Jedi to take you on as a Padawan, by the time you turned 13, you would wash out and had to join one of the organizations the Jedi look over, like the Library or Agricorps. Okay, that makes sense. Like, you have to be, I guess, that's so fucked up, actually, because that means that part of being, like, accepted as a Jedi is, like, being a likable child. Like, if you aren't likable well enough that one of the adults is like, oh yeah, I'll take this one on, I like this one, I'll teach it, then you'll just age out and, like, whoop, sucks to be you. Yeah, it's a cult, for sure. If you take even just 5 minutes to break it down, the whole thing just crumbles. Oh, water is so good. There were young reader novels about Obi-Wan when he first apprenticed to Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan very nearly washed out because he was about to turn 13. Oh, that sucks. It's not just being likable enough, it's being moldable enough. If you're too headstrong, nobody will pick you. Yeah, what were you saying about this bill earlier? A controversial belief or policy means any belief or policy that is the subject of political controversy, including issues such as climate change, electoral politics, foreign policy, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, immigration policy, marriage, or abortion. So what the fuck is this? Where is this? Okay, so whoa, it's from Ohio. Ooh. Y'all, I have not been sleeping well. Has anybody else been having that lately? Because I am so fucking tired. Like, God. Last night, I stopped doing stuff, and I went to bed at, like, 2. And I didn't fall asleep until, like, 3:30, or maybe later. I've been waking up too early, but I don't feel tired. That feels more like you're naturally waking up when you're cool. I like, wake up at roughly the same time of day, which at this point is about 9:30, regardless of when I go to bed. Air quality has been bad this year, doesn't help with sleep. Yeah, I think I need my air filter replaced. I definitely need to replace them in my car. Gonna be working on that soon. Apparently the state can cut funding to schools that don't follow these provisions. Okay, so it's higher education. Oh, okay, so this is like college funding is being threatened if the institution is going to talk about certain political issues. So it's basically going to limit the ways in which you can educate about slavery and modern day bigotry and inequality. Also, how do I get a purple name? Purple name is a donation of 20... No, wait. I think it's a $40 donation. I think that's the highest tier. So a $40 subscription, not just donation, but a $40 subscription on the website is what is the purple name. Or do you mean the pink one? Because we got Shade, who's purple, and Gayfesh, who's like magenta or pink. And Gayfesh is that color because it is my mod. One of the mods. You can't talk about climate change in college somehow. Yeah, that's... Purple is my favorite color. Me too. I almost wore purple today, and then I decided that the shirt did not look cute on me, and that I did not want to wear it. So, yeah. So, is this bill in Ohio kind of a similar thing that's what's happening in Florida with like, they're just threatening to defund colleges that talk about any of these progressive political issues? I don't think I've ever had to ban anyone. I mostly just help do chat commands. Right. That's the one good thing about this community, is that it is a very low moderation threshold requirement at this point. Although I do think that I need more mods in the Discord, because occasionally there is like a conversation that gets out of hand, but mostly because I want to potentially get some help like organizing small events once in a while. And like I'm having a rough time even getting my basic. I showered last night and I shaved my head, you know, and I did all that lovely stuff, and I feel cool and fresh and clean. But that was like the first time I showered in over a week, because, you know, when the depression hits you in a certain way and you like kind of stop being able to take care of yourself, it do be like that. I'll volunteer for mod on stream, but I can't on Discord, except maybe on the weekends. If we end up in a place where we need more chat mods, definitely. We have a few chat mods, and I think it's like an acceptable amount for now. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'll think about it, because I've not really been thinking about adding mods to the stream chat. My GF wants to cut her hair like yours to give off maximum lesbian vibes. Do I give off any lesbian vibes? I've never really considered that. I guess, you know, I kind of always, I guess, think of myself in a relationship as taking on the feminine role. So like if I'm, you know, my partner is a cis man, like I do tend to be somewhat feminine by contrast. But then like also if I were interested in women, that does also feel a little bit sapphic to me. Although I definitely can envision myself being a little bit more of a top in that dynamic, you know? Giving queer guy. Okay. Well, whatever it is, it's fine. Anyway, so yeah, this, let me look over my notes again okay, so, because I have, this is the bill in Ohio thing, close this. This CBS thing is pretty important. It's just not paced very well. Metalhead just needs some black nail polish. I did think about painting my nails before stream, and then I did not have enough time. But I did think about it. I was also thinking about grabbing my makeup and doing the scale makeup, but I kind of am enjoying how the simplicity of this sort of stands on its own. Let's not talk about my outfit all day, though. Butch transbian vibes. Okay, listen. I think, weirdly enough, I think that is like the closest approximation to like how I actually feel sort of sometimes. Like, I don't know, like it's something, it's like a weird trans femme plus trans mask weird thing. And like my target body is kind of similar to like trans femme body. So like, I don't know. Do we want to do scales today? I was thinking like maybe I would just do the black scales. Lux, have you considered that you may be non-binary? No. God, I never thought about it. I'm not non-binary. Not me. New climate change narrative has been coming around. We know that climate change is going to result in famines as extreme weather events happen and growing seasons get fucked and the climate, you know, changes, so you can't grow the same stuff as usual. I've heard conservatives saying that climate activists going after petroleum-based pesticides is going to result in famine. It's not mainstream right now, but dollars to donuts, we're going to see this get big over the next few years. And conservatives try to keep fossil fuels alive as the planet burns. Yo, that's a really interesting theory. And I would like to look further into that, I think. Like, who is saying it currently? And I kind of want to keep track of whether that does gain any traction. Because they do try to shift the blame off. You know, we are all experiencing increased, like, severe weather. You know, folks who live in places where there are wildfires, there are way more wildfires than usual. You know, there's a drought in Kansas right now, which it's not really affecting my part of the state so much, but the entire, like, southwest corner of Kansas is in the middle of a drought. And of course, that's where a lot of the farmland is, and there's like a lot of cattle that live out there. So, like, we're experiencing more and more crazy weather events. And there's also been like, last year especially, we talked about this over the summer last year, there was like an epidemic in a short period of time of a whole bunch of, like, what do you call them? Like poultry places where, like, just the farm buildings where they house a bunch of chickens were getting caught on fire and shit. And my personal opinion on that is that the reason why we're having a lot of fires on farms is that the equipment is old, first of all, like the electrical equipment and all the wiring and all that shit, it's old. There are different rules for how you're allowed to do things on a farm versus how you do things in a house. And people generally don't follow the rules when they're people who live in the country who are just kind of like jerry-rigging their electrical system, which sounds like a stupid thing to do, and it is, and people do it anyway. And the consequence of that is that you have fires. And here's the other thing. If you did your calculations, like, let's say you have a barn and you have, like, some water trough things, or like, let's say you have like an automated, like, water circulatory system thing so that the water kind of like stays fresh and you don't have to change it constantly. Like, if there's bugs falling in it and stuff, like, it's getting cleaned. And you have like power running to that. Well, the power, you don't really want the cords to be on the ground because then your animals might damage the cords. So what you do is you run up and across if you need to get, or like, obviously if you have a penetration through the building, you can just come right in through the building. But if your power is coming from over here and you need to get it to the other side of the building, you're gonna like have the wires come up and across and over. Now the roof, even right under the roof, is really fucking hot. And so you have to do special calculations to make sure that the wires are the appropriate size to carry the amount of electricity that's going to be on them without overheating. And you do have to take in mind ambient temperature, and you have to take in mind the extremes of the heat during the summer. But the regulations were written, you know, a few years, they get updated every few years, but they haven't necessarily updated the temperature ranges for appropriate wire sizing, which means that you do have situations where it's probably literally too hot now because it gets hotter in the summer. So yeah, like, you have more fires and stuffs. Even homes in town are jerry-rigged. Yeah, it's fucking stressful. And like, the reason why I'm on fires right now is because there's like wildfires in Colorado at the moment. Yeah, you must consider the girth of the power lines. You want a thick, meaty power line that can deliver tremendous power. Yeah, and you have to make sure that you gotta make sure that the protection is thick enough to contain it. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, and then of course the global warming it's not just, you know, there were also a bunch of head of cattle that died last year. Was there a burp coming? There we go. There was also a bunch of head of cattle who were dying last year. And just because it got really hot and really dry, so most homes will need to be rewired. It's a likely possibility. Like, I am worried, after having done a little bit of residential work and seeing how frequently people do fucked up shit. Like, this is part of why I can't be an electrician, is because I know the rules. Like, I basically got to the point where I could be certified as a journeyman electrician, which means that I understand the legal code for doing safe installations in your home and anywhere, really. And so I know all the rules. And because I'm violently autistic, when I was going into people's houses and seeing like the fucked up way that shit was wired, I'm like, oh my God, like somebody's gonna die. And I don't want to be part of this. Like, it's not the only reason why I can't be an electrician, but it's part of why I'm not upset so much that I am physically incapable, because it is mostly like a physical problem. Oh, I feel like the green is pointed a little bit too much at me. Let's go ahead and just do that. That's a little bit better. Did someone say girth? Girth. I was in Seattle for nearly 3 years, and there were fires every summer in the mountains. I can't be an electrician because electricity likes me too much. You get shocked frequently. This is why we need all working class and skilled people involved in climate policy, because most people wouldn't actually consider this, but you both understand this and can apply this knowledge to wider issues. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you, Twitchy Witch. You know, we need to have more, like, actual human beings involved in the process of writing these laws and being able to be in positions of influence. You know, even the laws surrounding safe electrical installations, like, those are not free of bureaucratic nonsense, and not just bureaucratic nonsense, but capitalist nonsense. Like, some of the latest requirements about like requirements in living rooms for the types of outlets that you're allowed to put in, some of those are clearly motivated by people who are just trying to sell their product. And, you know, you can point statistically to some difference and like, okay, if we make this change, then it will be safer. But consequentially, like, if you go into someone's old house and they have a really fucked up system, you can't make certain upgrades for them because of how expensive they are. Like, if I do a new installation, I would have to do it in this particular way, using this particular type of product, and that is so expensive that this family can't afford it. And it's not like I'm giving them my time for free. I would be giving them the product at a loss for myself, so I literally can't even fix their shit, even if it's like sparking. You know, so that does cause, like, there are systemic issues with that as well, but having folks more involved, I think would be better. Like a system where certain, like, everybody in the community has to serve in some way for some period of time, I think would probably be beneficial. Like, everyone is required to submit at least one suggestion every once in a while, or everyone is required to, like, be part of the board of the town making decisions, fucking council people, for like 6 months at some point in their adult life. I don't know. My dad was an electrician and I grew up around wiring. The only thing I ever saw catch fire was him. How did that happen? How did your dad catch fire as an electrician? That's really funny to me. There didn't used to be a smoke season in Seattle. There is now. It started about 6 to 7 years ago. So yeah, because I live in Kansas, and we don't really have. Actually, because we're in a drought right now. We are at risk of having fires. But yeah, it's like mostly the kind of global warming things that I notice most frequently is that our air is hazy because there is like shit blowing in from the west. Like west is where our weather usually comes from, which is like where Colorado is. Like, so yeah, our weather kind of comes across from Colorado and like sweeps across this area. So we have haze sometimes where you can clearly see that the sky is not clear and there's not like clouds. You're like, what the fuck? You know, we don't really have smog here. This is not the kind of place where you have like a huge amount of pollution or anything along those lines. It's smoke from wildfires hundreds of miles away being blown across the central plains of the United States. And it's like high up in the atmosphere for the most part. Like I think for the most part, it doesn't really affect our air quality because it's like far enough away and it's like in a particular part of the atmosphere flowing over and across. But I can't guarantee that. I mean, there are some days, so it sort of depends on our local weather. There are some days where there are weather notices for like haze on the ground that might make driving weird. Or like one time my partner and I just kind of spontaneously went to go watch the sunrise one day, and we basically like couldn't see it for the first while after it like sunrise time had come and gone because the fucking haze was so thick. Canadian wildfire smoke has reached Virginia. It was an issue yesterday and made the news. It's terrifying. Smaug is near Lake Town, not Kansas. Sure. A system where money is required for basic necessities, including safety, is having some bad consequences. Who could have seen this coming? Honestly, it's one of the things that drives me craziest about working for the USPS and working as an electrician is that you are penalized on some, like every company you work for is going to say safety is number one, safety is number one. Even if you're not working in a trade, even if you're just working like at a grocery store or a gas station, they always say safety number one, safety number one, safety number one. But every fucking one of them will at some point ask some of its employees to do something unsafe. And because like specifically, usually because it's going to save time, like specifically, this is going to make things go faster. It's going to make things like more efficient. And it's, yeah, like maybe 9 times out of 10, when you do it in the unsafe way, you're fine. But every once in a while, you get injured. And then the company disavows because they only ever tell you verbally. They said that there's no paper trail. They can't, there's nothing for you to circle back around to and go, they told me to do it. They're going to say, no, we didn't. We always consistently tell you, look in our handbook. We say do it this way. This is the safe way to do it. And they fuck people over. My brother in Christ, it is hitting past 80 degrees in our area, KC and Missouri. I genuinely fear heat stroke in the proper summer. I'm in the southeastern area, so no haze, but lots of humidity and pain. I've been worried about it too, Amalgam. I mean, it's fucking warm already. And I am concerned. Like, I have a barbecue thing that I go to in June every year, and I'm fucking... It's in like 3 weeks. So right now it's been like 82, and I'm just like, oh God, can it hold on to the 80s for 3 weeks? Like, I'm pretty sure that's when it is. I'll tell you guys when it actually happens, because I'll have to miss a Sunday stream. But I'm pretty sure it's in 3 weeks that I'm going to this like barbecue thing I go to every summer. And I just am really hoping that it's not 95 plus degrees, because that's like a really difficult temperature range for me to stay safe in. I can't regulate my internal body temperature. Anyway, hello Baphomet. Gonna have dinner soon. Just want to drop in and say hi. Nice. Thank you so much. Waves. Waves. My birthday is in the middle of bloody August. Oh my God. And then, yeah, and then in my area, the Renaissance Festival happens in like September. So it's fucking hot then. And like I walk around a lot. So it's tough. Oh yeah, I haven't decided what I'm doing with the Renaissance Festival this year because it's still several months away. But last year what I did was instead of streaming on Sundays, I just had an extra stream on Fridays. But this year, I think that's going to probably be a little bit too much. So over the course of the like 8 weeks or so that there's Renaissance Festival, I'm probably going to just go down to 2 streams per week on Tuesdays and Thursdays and hope that that doesn't fuck me over too badly. I don't know. It's like a bad time of year for me to take extra time off because it's right before the winter. But also, like, doing Renaissance Festival is my priority. Anyway, have fun in your shower. Good luck. Our weather is becoming extremely unpredictable with flooding and bizarre weather events happening so frequently. I mean, yeah, there's nothing you can really do about it. They're gonna, I mean, it's like, it's global warming shit. We're gonna have to figure out how to like take down the infrastructure. And I don't really know how we're gonna do that without some massiven kriminellen Gewalttaten. If anybody's familiar with the philosophy tube. I'm currently blackmailing my apartment complex management because they leave the men's public restroom open all the time and lock the women's. Oh, why? That's dumb. After last summer, I don't know if I'll be able to go hiking or bike riding this summer. There are ways that you can... Wow, people really don't like when there's an ad in the middle of stream. Like, I lost 10 people there. Wow, that's crazy. I even do only skippable ads on this show. Holy shit. Anyway, there are ways that you can keep your body cool. Like if you're wearing a tight under layer that you can keep that wet, that helps a lot. Keeping ice packs with you so that you can like cool your body down. Make sure you have very cold water. Half of our flowering plants were fucked in the spring because of freezes and thaws. Can't imagine what this does to fruit growers. So as best as I can tell, Junebug, like the thing that's happening here in Kansas at least, because so here in Kansas, we do have this issue where there's like, you know, it's cold, really, really, really cold and super duper duper cold. And then it's kind of like warms up a bit and starts to feel like it could be spring, and then it cold snaps again. And basically what seems to be happening here is that all of the plants are just waiting longer to wake up. So the dormant period is just getting longer, which means that the harvest season is going to get shorter. I use an ad blocker. I really don't love to hear that. You know, if you were to donate $5 every month, that would make me happy if you're using an ad blocker. But as is, wowee, that's the only way that I'm able to provide free content is through donations and ad revenue. You can use this dated record, even if it's handwritten, to make a much more legally sound complaint to OSHA/NLRB/your union steward. $5 a month. I am using YouTube Premium. Yes, YouTube Premium, honestly, is the thing that I primarily suggest. But yeah, I mean, if you subscribe on Patreon for $1 a month, then you are forgiven for using AdBlock. I will, for $1 a month, I will give you clemency for using AdBlock. Or just fucking buy YouTube Premium. You get way more benefits out of it. Yeah. So the thing is, if you have YouTube Premium, I still get paid even when my videos are demonetized. If you have YouTube Premium and you are watching my videos, I am getting paid for your watch time on the streams and in any videos where I don't have monetization on. So that's another benefit of YouTube Premium, is that your favorite creators that you actually watch are getting paid regardless of whether YouTube thinks that our content is advertiser friendly. People were typing in the chat the whole time. Oh shit, it didn't show up on your screen. Yeah, Amalgam, you're not the only one. Short hair is the best way to keep the top of your head cool. I know, that's the reason why I can't grow. Sometimes I think I want to grow out the rest of my hair. Like it's all shaved, you know, all around. And sometimes I think I want to grow it out. And then I'm like, I will literally die. It's bad enough that I have this on the top of my head, you know? Like, it's literally bad enough. I have to literally get my hair wet sometimes. If you download a VOD, Premium pays the streamer as if you watched the whole thing. That's awesome. I got a new buzz cut this past month and it's heavenly. Yeah, my brother is actually going to be coming to stay with me for a couple of weeks here soon. And I was thinking about offering to give him an undercut or a buzz cut or a short haircut of some kind. Because, you know, he's been out as trans for like a year or two now. And I don't think he's ever had a short haircut. So I wanted to give him the option of maybe... And because it'll be obviously more comfortable, I am intending for him to be in the heat of the late summer in Kansas, like when Renaissance Festival comes around, I want my 2 younger siblings to have summer jobs, basically seasonal at the Renaissance Festival there. So like they have to get used to being able to be in the summer and like outside. They're very sheltered, like, you know, indoor kids. They're indoor kids. I basically have dyke hair so that I won't die in the summer. True. I'm fine with ads on content creators I like, but I have limits. There are too many ads out there now. It's an overreach. If there are so many ads that somebody finds it easier to go get an ad blocker than deal with the ads, it's too many ads. I don't, yeah, I guess like I can't like say no, it's fine and proportional across the board, because I do know that YouTube, since they implemented that thing where they can monetize anybody's content, even if they are not in the partner program, they do stupid shit like put 10 ads in an 8-minute video, and 8 minutes is like just right on the edge for being allowed to put mid-roll ads in there. So yeah, the shortest possible ad that you can put mid-rolls, and they're putting in a bunch and they're like back to back to back. And so yes, YouTube itself is making bad choices with that. I at least try to be sensical with mine. And like the most frequently I'll put them in a video is like, if I have a video that's about 8 minutes long, I will put one mid-roll ad in there, because I do believe that it helps in the algorithm. I do think that YouTube has a slight preference for content that you put mid-roll ads in, because they make more money off of it as well. I prefer sidebar ads. Yeah, they need a better ad system. I'd rather just get them all over in the beginning. Oh, gosh. I literally never had long hair. Even as a kid, when it was long enough, I would stuff it in my mouth and chew it. So my mom gave up and gave me the proper boy look. Or the paper boy look? What's the paper boy look? Holy shit, it's fucking hot. My air conditioner is so loud that I've realized that it's probably best for me to not have it on while I'm streaming. So what I did today was, I was like, all right, I'm going to crank up the AC as much as I'm comfortable doing and try to cool my place down before I start streaming, and then I'll just turn it off. But I think what's happening is that it's fucking hot. So I might get a fan to start like circulating the air a little bit. Like, it's so loud. I have to adjust. If I'm listening to something out loud on my speakers, I have to adjust the volume when the AC comes on. I have to turn it up dramatically. And then when the AC powers down, then whatever I'm listening to is super loud and it's like echoey and probably bothering my neighbors. And so I have to turn it back down. Like, it's pretty fucking ridiculous and annoying. Oh, Amalgam actually clicks ads sometimes. I don't really ever click ads, although that is the beneficial thing to do. Like, it's more beneficial for you to click ads than for you to not click ads, so. I've been entertained by ads once or twice, but that happens rarely. I can almost enjoy those terrible mobile game ads. Don't tell your wife about this game. You can do anything in this game. Oh my goodness. Listen, Phoebe, are you familiar with what I'm singing right there? Because if you're not familiar with Brian David Gilbert, you really should watch it. All your wildest fantasies you can play now. My voice is not ready for singing today. You could get a queer patterned hand fan to cope with the heat. Like one of these, like, oh wait, I think I have one somewhere. Okay, let me go get my dramatic fan. Let's do it. It's obviously not queer coded. This one's just flowers. But both Contra and Abigail have done the dramatic fan. That's true. And this one's like wood, so it's got that like clacky quality. Someone send me a link if you have a fan that you really like, because I can write that off for my taxes. And maybe I need an even bigger one. Like, I don't know. Serving cunt. What's up, Allie? Are you excited about What We Do in the Shadows in July? I didn't know anything about What We Do in the Shadows. Is that the one about vampires? Is that one about vampires? What about one with the dragon pattern? I mean, that would be cool. I just don't... I mean, so I don't want it to be like a Chinese dragon. That is the vampire one. Yeah, I've never watched that show, but I hear good things about it. Generally, I understand that it's a fun little romp. Wow, it's crazy how much difference this does make. It feels much better. But I think I should just go get an actual fan and start circulating the air in here. Because the fan is much less loud than my fucking entire house air conditioner being on. Get a rainbow one like Raleigh has. Chat is full of my fans. That's true. Oh, by the way, I've been posting slightly more often on my Fansly, which is still safe for work, but it is definitely thirst traps. So if you want to subscribe to my Fansly for $5 a month, that's cool. I post, like I said, I post safe for work stuff, but it is definitely like, I could see some people jerking off to it. So, I mean, enjoy. I've only seen the movie and the first episode of the show. I've heard that it's really fucking good. Yes, $5 a month. Go full AC. It's so loud, you guys. Brian David Gilbert was the best part of Polygon. Honestly, he's amazing. I love him so much. Everything he does, I'm like, this is great. I even watched the video where he explains a bunch of health insurance terms, you know? I was like, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Wow. My favorite part of the movie for What We Do in the Shadows is when the guy is explaining how they prefer virgin blood. And he says, if you were going to eat a sandwich, you would enjoy it a lot more if you knew nobody had fucked it. What? I'm somewhat of a thirst trap myself. I'm not one of those yet. If I get bottom surgery, then I will be able to call myself a trap. But I don't think that it works yet. If you want the best thirst traps, then you should post more singing. I literally love your voice. I guess I could post shorts, but the thing is that, like, it's so hard to post music stuff because even me just singing along to something is considered a cover for legal purposes. Excuse me. How long until conservatives go after Ranma? Oh my goodness, that is old. It's so old. Should post for reels, voice goals. So I don't know if anybody has noticed this so far in this stream, but I am talking different. Like, after being on the Transatlantic Call-In show and like listening to the audio in that, and then I've been editing my videos lately and listening to the audio in that, I have realized that I do actually think that my voice is really annoying when I talk the way that I usually talk, which is like, it's all really squished and like there is this like nasally resonant quality to it. And like, so obviously it takes a little bit of effort to draw my voice back. Otherwise, like, you know, I would have been talking like this all the time anyway, if it wasn't for the fact that it requires effort. But now I'm just gonna actually make an effort to not sound the way that I normally sound and see if that helps me be taken a little bit seriously and maybe grow the channel a little bit better. Because wow, I was so fucking annoying. Like, I was making all these really great points, but I was like, wow, if I was like an atheist guy, like a cis guy, I would not listen to me because of how fucking annoying this voice is. So I'm like, yeah, I gotta talk a little different. It's just, that's what I gotta do. I did see a Twitter thread of people saying that anime feminizes men just because they're skinny. Ranma literally does feminize a man. I mean, that's true. I love your voice, but my opinion is not to be trusted. I mean, nobody has commented on it so far in this stream. Like, it seems like nobody has really noticed. So maybe it's like, it's a difference that I will notice and I will hear, but maybe not one that is bothering you all, because none of you commented on it. But I'm currently, right now, as I speak, I have made the shift where, like, I'm speaking at the same level that I normally would, but I'm just creating a space that I'm trying to, like, move away from that nasal quality. Now that you've pointed it out, I'm noticing it. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not a huge difference, but for me, it's going to be about taking out some of those, like, just undesirable tones from my voice. Voice confrontation isn't uncommon. A hill you have to climb over when you go into radio. Ooh, goodness gracious. It's toasty. Yeah, I think I need to set up an actual, like, my box fan and then point it around at me so that it can start circulating the air a little bit. I haven't relearned to talk normal since tea. I'm just squawking all over the place. Undesirable tones just hit my head to the tune of poor unfortunate souls. I've been thinking of The Little Mermaid too. Like, because it is, like, in the news a lot lately right now, I think. Like, I keep seeing pictures relevant to the live action one. Did you do voice training as part of your transition, as I'm considering it? Not on purpose. So my voice training, like, I had a really, really high-pitched voice before I started T. And then I started T, and, like, the way that you talk is still like this. You know, this is, like, the reflexive thing that you do is that your voice is all squished in the front of your mouth. And even if your voice is kind of deep, you know, that quality of deep voice sort of gets overrun by the way that you're speaking in the front of your mouth. And now, so this is what works for trans girls. This is how trans girls can talk and sound like women. So this is like, if your voice is relaxed in that place where you're accustomed to talking like a girl, this is where it is. And then, like, as I started to relax that a little bit, it's sort of settled here, where you can still hear the sort of forward squeaky squishiness of that. But my voice, you definitely sounded like a trans femme voice there. Thank you. I have become the chameleon of voice. So when I've just been speaking normally for a while, and it's like, okay, my voice is really deep, but it still has a little bit of this squished, pinched quality in the front. And so the thing that enabled me to be able to feel the differences here is that I used to be in choir. So when you're in choir, they teach you, like, when you're doing your vowels, it's like a, e, o, u. And you really need to open it up in the back of your mouth and, like, create as much space back here as you possibly can. And then you're like, fall on your knees, oh, hear the angels' voices. And there's this, like, bigger quality to it in the back of your throat, right? And so that is, like, how I managed to figure out how to do voice training. And then the practice of actually changing your voice around at that point is just like, okay, well, now I know how to make those changes. And now I think I'm going to try to settle, like, I'm going to try to make my natural voice be right here, which is just going to take a little bit of practice, since it is not like a musculature that I'm familiar with at this stage. Your normal voice is uniquely wonderful. You could work as a voice actor or on radio for sure. There's, like, yes, literally, what the fuck, are you a shapeshifter? I don't know. Yeah, voice actor confirmed. If anybody needs, like, some voice work, I need to start building my portfolio so that I can do VO. Just do French vowels, breakthroughs. That's for trans mask. Or wait, how do you like A, B, C, D? Like, that's how you do the French alphabet, right? But that's, like, that was how I figured out how to talk like a masculine person. Like, the creating more resonant space in the back of the mouth thing, that is a how you pass more male thing. So in order to pass more female, like, you have to bring it forward into the front of your mouth and, like, almost completely get rid of the space back here. And then it's, like, all happening in your nose and the front of your face. If I use an Irish accent, I can sound pretty femme, but I often end up going Scottish. Scottish is so fun. It's so fun to do. A lot of trans guys on T tend to talk in a bright resonance while also having a lower pitch. There also tends to be specific mannerisms or ways of pronunciation. It's pretty similar to the stereotypical gay voice. Yes. Do you want me to get you info for the local radio stations when they advertise for help? You could do it long distance, I'm sure, since it's all recorded. I don't know. I haven't ever actually looked into doing radio work. And so I don't know, like, is that something that they would just be like per project sort of thing? Maybe do one commercial at a time. Ugh. Anyway, we have fun. We have fun here. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get into the news section. Would you have a problem advertising for a marijuana shop? I mean, I don't have any ethical issues with it, I don't think. It would be strange. This is making me want to do voice training. I've kind of half-assed it, but now I want to actually try it. It's not that hard, TBH. You said the words at the front, and I can really feel it now. That's really helpful. I used to do acting, so I associate the back with projection. Volume control is also an issue, but this was super, super helpful. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that my... Like, I don't voice train, so I don't have the words for all the different parts of the mouth and stuff. All I can do is tell you relatively, like, how it feels inside my body, and then, like, hopefully that translates to you. The chill hour filters out the uncool people. We have 64 people in here who are just kind of hanging out while we talk about voice training and shit. If you're trans, then I'm sure you're learning, and if you're cis, then I'm sure it's just kind of fascinating. On T and my range is tenor, but my break is baritone. I have, like, a lot of deep range. Like, singing is how I trained my deep voice. Singing, like, country music, you know, oh my god, just, you know, like, every country music just flees your mind all at the same time. Just found your cat videos from 9 years ago. Oh, those cats are dead now. That's so sad. Deegan the Mighty has been dead for like 2 years, and oh wow, I guess oh wow, that's kind of sad. I just missed Deegan's like death anniversary. I think it was May 14th. Oh, that's a bummer. That sucks. But yeah, like, I voice trained by singing country music. That was one thing. But yeah, we've been chilling and hanging out for like an hour and a half. Let's get prepared to shift into a little bit of news. It's not going to be all doom and gloom. I'm going to try to avoid like the shittier aspects. Like, we still need to talk about like bad shit, but I want to avoid the worst of the news today. Like, we could cover a trans teenager's suicide, but we're not going to do that today. We're going to skip that today. In the early days of Facebook, I enjoyed ruining my high school friends' memories by reminding them that the dog who played Wishbone is dead by now. Ooh. I think that sometimes I'll be watching an old movie and there's a cat or a dog and I'm like, oh, that animal's probably dead now. For some reason, I looked up recently how long horses live. Horses live about 28 years. Well, this turned dark. This is what I'm saying. Like, the news could be really bad. We could talk about horrible bad news today. Or we could talk about how funny the Ford commercial is. I thought it was like 30-40. I just looked it up. I'm sure that there are outliers, but I think the average range is like 24 to 28 or something along those lines. Wait, what did Ford do? They just put out a commercial that I thought was really fucking funny. And so I want to watch it. I want to watch it with you. I'm sure it depends on the breed of horse as well. Yeah. Oh my gosh. My fucking eyeballs. I look at old movies and wonder how many of the people are dead. I also look at obituaries in the paper to see if I know anyone in there. Oh, that's depressing. Someone I know had a heart attack this week. I'm like, oh my god. He's okay, but like still. Lux, sponsored by Ford. Bitch, listen. If you want to give me a fucking Ford Ranger, I'll take one. Good grief. It was very funny commercial, though. I'm so excited to watch it with you. Yeah, let's get ready to shift gears. I need to go get a box fan and like turn it on because at the very minimum I need air circulating. A Ford Escort from 1997. I would like a Ford Ranger from before trucks became stupid large. I don't want a stupid truck, but I do think a truck would be cool to have. I don't know what other Fords have terrible transmissions. That's the only thing. Terrible transmissions. Okay, you all should get a drink of water, and then we're gonna reconvene momentarily. Also, if you have not yet hit like really fast because it's an immediate benefit to the stream. And I will be back in just a minute. I'm gonna refill my water while I'm gone too. Jesus Christ. Ugh, it's hot. Okay, the air is circulating. Hopefully we didn't lose too many people. Chat, what is the most homosexual car? Funny answers only. Funny but true, a Subaru. I thought that the answer to that was a Prius. Like, I thought that that was the obvious answer. I heard Ford surrendered to the woke mob. I have no idea what the commercial is about, though. That's my only context. Yeah, we should watch that. What do we want to do serious shit first? I don't know. Maybe we should just watch the Ford thing because I want to have, like, fun. And that would be really amusing. I think I retweeted it. And I was like, this is the funniest shit I've seen in fucking forever. For the first time in forever. The fucking atheism conversation on Twitter right now. I don't know that I really want to get into it because I feel like people aren't here. Like, people aren't here to listen to me talk about atheism so much as they are here to listen to me talk about leftist politics. But holy shit. Yeah, I feel like an atheism 101 take circulated on Twitter and everybody flipped the fuck out. I'm so happy this evening. Had a nap, and then I took my first upgrade in estrogen, level 2. Nice! That's so awesome, Alexis. I know it's so tough for a lot of girls who end up, like, put on a low dose of estrogen, and then their doctors just think it's cool to keep them on basically the lowest dose possible for a long time. And if you're on a blocker at the same time, if you're on a T blocker at the same time, then that's, like, not good for you to necessarily... It's like, then you have super low T and super low E, and you're not growing boobies or anything. So yes, if you level up, I'm so glad. It's also supposedly better for you if you do injectable estrogen rather than doing oral estrogen. But like, whenever you get there is whenever you get there. The Prius answer made me laugh. I thought that that was the obvious, like, faggot car. Is the Prius not the obvious faggot car? Come on. I'm so surrounded by atheist thinkers online and interpersonally, I forget that it's controversial. Right, Adrienne. Like, I don't want to get too far into it, but basically, like, the original thing that got retweeted, I was like, well, how did this thing become the center of a fucking controversy? What was the original tweet? She was so chill. Where is my tweet about it? Okay, yeah. The original thing that Zoe Baker said was just, atheism is good and true. Feels like some leftists reacted so strongly to the many issues with new atheism that they abandoned any critique of religion. Religion should be critiqued for the simple reason that it's false, and it's important to have an accurate understanding of reality. That is very basic level atheism shit. It was not... Like, this is not that far out there. Now, I will say that some people who have gotten involved in this conversation have taken it, like, have taken their rhetoric to an aggressive place. And I personally am getting fucking tired of rhetoric being taken to an aggressive place. Like, I don't know. And I do, listen, people can criticize me for the way that I talked about this, because I did tweet about this. I do think that there is some, like, sometimes you need to tell someone to grow the fuck up. Okay? That's my position on anti-theism and whether you should use firebrand atheist tactics. I remember back in the day when people would call into the atheist experience and thank Matt Dillahunty for being the firebrand atheist who was willing to just say that's a stupid fucking thing and like that's an unserious idea. Like you need some people, like you occasionally you need those people, and then other times you need like the soft volunteers at the Recovering from Religion Foundation where you can call their hotline and talk to someone anonymously. You know, like there are different approaches and people need different things at different times in their journeys. And sometimes the compassionate thing to say to someone is grow the fuck up. You are responsible for your own problems. Like, I don't have religious trauma. I don't have religious trauma. What I do have is, like, I was talking to my aunt. I had an aunt who got really concerned with stuff going on with me. And, like, on some level, I kind of appreciate it. But at the same time, it was, like, really overbearing and fucking pretty annoying to me at the time. And we were having a conversation about religion. And she was like crying to me. We were like at a Perkins or something like that. Not exactly a Perkins, but a restaurant like that. And she was confronting me about my atheism, or at least I don't remember that I brought it up. I can't remember who the fuck brought it up, but I feel like she was talking to me about it and trying to address my atheism with me basically. And I was like, you know, maybe 12, not very old, 12, 13, excuse me. And she was like crying because her dad died when she was around 12. And she was like, I have to believe I'll see my dad again. And I was like, holy fucking shit, this is embarrassing. Like, I didn't know how to deal with it because I was like, why is this adult engaging in fantasy thinking? Because it's very sad that death is permanent. It's like she made your lack of belief about her. Well, yeah, but still, like, it reveals something, in my opinion, about this. Like, it's, you know, I think that some people use the whole afterlife thing as a way of coping with how terrible death is. And I get that. And I don't begrudge people their cope. What I do begrudge people is shit like in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook shooting, where I kept seeing fucking posts on Facebook about how about illustrations of the angels greeting these kids by name as they entered heaven. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, that is a mindset that keeps you from preventing children from getting shot in schools, because at least they're with God now. At least they're with Jesus. At least they're with baby Jesus now. They're up there with baby Jesus. You know, they ain't lived long enough to sin. Fucking shoot me in the face. Oh my God. It's, yeah, okay, yeah, in League with Satan, like, I hadn't necessarily thought of it as a victim mentality. It's more like, it's like a just world fallacy, almost. It's childish, right? Like, she never learned that death is permanent. It has some fucked up implications on what is actually important in life. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Like, I really am sorry that you're not going to see your loved ones after they die. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that because you need to cherish your loved ones while they are still here. Like, my partner and I will get into these, like, relatively minor arguments, but then we both get really frustrated with each other, and we will just, like, not talk to each other for several days. And I'm like, wouldn't it be fucked up if one of us died during one of those? Like, it's not likely, and I'm not saying that it's likely, but wouldn't it be fucked up if, like, we were mad at each other and we were doing this thing where we just, like, take our space and don't talk to each other, and then something fucking happened, and, like, the last conversation that we had was some stupid bullshit fight? Yeah, but, like, that's the real truth of the world. And, like, I personally want to live my life with the appreciation that my friends and my family and my loved ones could just be gone at any moment, and that I could be gone at any moment. Like, it's my responsibility to them as much as it is to myself to keep myself safe and happy and healthy. Because, like, obviously my loved ones want that for me. I think there's a range of responses. Assholes posting about how it's okay that kids die equals good to shit on. The grieving parents of those kids equals not good to shit on. Yeah. like, if it helps you cope with some personal thing, I guess. Like, I still fundamentally think that believing in shit that's not real is, like, a bad thing for society. When I believed in Christianity, I believed that aborted fetuses and babies who die are reborn as angels, and I believed that because I believe in abortion being a medical right. Being progressive was weird. Like, you're trying to square your religious beliefs with your progressivism. Have you done a segment on the Nazi that ran a U-Haul into the White House? I haven't done a segment on that, Cricket's Art, and I wasn't planning on it today because I don't really think there's enough info about that yet. Like, we have the initial, holy shit, here's a thing that happened and here's a couple of pictures, but we don't really have any data. Or, like, not, like, data, but, like, I mean, like, we don't have, like, information. Like, who was this person? What was in the U-Haul? Where did they come from? Was it a U-Haul situation like at the Pride events last year where there were a bunch of white supremacists being loaded up in the back of the U-Haul and they were gonna, like, Trojan horse style, like, dump a bunch of guys? Or was there a fucking bomb in it? I doubt that there was a bomb in it because the guy ran it into a barrier near the White House. Are we sure it was a Nazi? I mean, he had a Nazi flag. But, you know, what if he just had that to remind himself of the evils of history? I think I want, like, a plastic one that does, it's like, because I want to, if I want to actually use it, I don't want to have to deal with this. I don't want to deal with that sound. If I'm gonna actually get a fan and use it because I'm hot, like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, he didn't get very far. He tore up the U-Haul and the Secret Service got him. There was a Nazi flag in it and he wanted to kill the president. I mean, yeah, I want to know whether he was affiliated with the Proud Boys. I want to know if there's a manifesto. And so this is, I don't really like to do segments like this on the same day. I don't have any further commentary to make. Aside from, like, let's acknowledge, like, whoa, crazy. This guy drove his car into the thing. We don't know why. There was a Nazi flag. Oh, wonder why that was. And, like, oh, there's the whole segment. There we go. We did it. The level of religion in America is just so bizarre. Looking from the UK, where most people are pretty much agnostic or Christian, but hold absolutely no actual belief in it. Yeah, you have state-associated religion, so it's more like for the tradition of it than it is out of any actual belief. Every fan I've ever owned breaks. These things are weak. You want the one like Anna Marie that makes the one huge clack when you open it. I want one like... But then once I actually start using it, I want it to be quiet. I had to leave Georgia to get away from Marjorie Taylor Greene as much as from the rampant phobia. Oh, we are for sure gonna have some Marjorie Taylor Greene convo today as well. Let's do this fucking Ford thing. That's gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so funny, guys. Oh my god, it's gonna be so funny. I'm really, like... really excited about it. Where the fuck is the link? Okay, that's not it. We're too close to the top of the page. By the way, if you guys didn't know, I owe... my partner may or may not end up being able to help me with my taxes, so if... so I might end up owing, like, almost $2,000 in taxes, so if you want to help out with that, if you yourself got a tax refund, maybe consider sharing some of that refund, and if not, that's okay. But check out my GoFundMe if you can, and consider dropping a little dono over there. Cause yeah, there's a good chance that I'm gonna owe a shit ton of money on my taxes. And I put it on a credit card. Technically I paid the taxes, but it's like $2,000 that I have sitting on a credit card right now. Do you have a good tax preparer? Nope. Let me introduce you to my tax guy. Hi, my name's Lux. I'm the tax guy. Nice to meet you. Later Creature of the Fae. Yes, yeah, if you have a double shift tomorrow. I hope that you have a good, I hope you have a good shift. I hope you make decent money. Yeah, no worries if you cannot afford to donate. I am not gonna pressure you at all. We appreciate it if you can. Okay, let's get prepared for this segment. Ooh, segment! Oh my god, yes! You need to find an accountant. I literally can't afford to pay my like, I can't afford my taxes, I can't afford an accountant. Like, I need to say, like, the money that I have, and I have a decent amount right this moment, like, I need to hold on to it and pay off my credit card. Good grief. We've seen so many of these companies fall to the woke agenda. Most recently, it's been Bud Light. Everybody's been talking about Bud Light. Bud Light worked with Dylan Mulvaney, trans woman, groomer, like, oh, bad influence on society. Whole bunch of people, like, oh, we covered last week, like, some, like, two seemingly straight people, like a guy and a girl, like a man and a woman were at a liquor store and they got assaulted for allegedly buying Bud Light. It wasn't actually Bud Light. It was just some other beer that had rainbow on it. And yeah, like, this is the world that we live in now, where the conservatives are so mad. I forgot that I made coffee 2 hours ago. Kid Rock is like shooting Bud Light beer cans in his yard with a machine gun and shit. Like, it's wild. And yet another company. We've claimed another one. Like, let's go, boys. We've done it. We've claimed another one. It's Ford. Yet another allegedly, you know, red-blooded American representative of toxic masculinity. You know, the giant trucks that are like an actual danger. And, like, you cannot see a child for, like, 12 feet in front of these giant Ford trucks. So, like, they're not a good thing on society. But Ford, the company, being that it is so intrinsically tied to, like, the idea of the American dream and the American way, and cars are the gateway into, like, they're the gateway into, I don't know, having a tiny penis or something. I lost track of where I was at. I got a credit card to help build my credit from 500, and it is so not worth having. Credit is such a freaking scam. I've been doing pretty okay at it. You know, not to get off track too much on the credit card thing, but I have like 4 credit cards, and I'm doing a pretty good job of, like, slowly building credit and, like, slowly getting approved for more credit. And I got a really good deal on a credit card that I opened specifically to pay off my taxes, where it's supposed to be, there's supposed to be like a cash benefit for spending a certain amount of money within the first several months of you having the card. So I gotta follow up on that and make sure they actually apply that credit to my account, though. We gotta drink a little bit of protein drink. Okay. Let me get my headphones here. So All-American Ford has crumbled in the face of the wokeness agenda. So let's see what this new commercial is about. Let's see what they actually have to say. As I recall, the music in this advertisement is radical. Hold on, let me make sure everything is correct. Got all my volumes set up correctly. Why can't I hear that in my earbuds? My earbuds are fucking. Okay, well, I'll have to listen to it out loud then. My bad. Good grief. Sounds like a Michael Bay film. Yeah. I'm taking you with me to the store. Let's go to the store. All right, let's do some free advertisement for Ford. Let's go. It's got this, like, action movie music going on right here. It's so blurry. I don't think I can fix that. Like, can I make it higher quality? No, I can't. I'm so sorry. The Twitter, it's grainy. I can't help you. We've got these 2 trucks. They're all covered in dirt, if you can't tell. Like, it's so there's so many, like, I need, like, where are the pixels? Can I please have some more pixels? I would like to buy a pixel, please. Wub wub bass, absolutely. Notice it's like this dubsteppy kind of music, but it's like a woman singing. That's one of the first thing I noticed about this advertisement is like, it's going woke. So you've got this like woman singing. That's one of the first indications. They're like two trucks competing. They got big dick truck energy. Okay, this one just went through a spray. Oh, okay, listen, that's perfect. You have a really good excuse here to put a rainbow right there. It's just a red truck, and it's just driving through. It's just driving on through some water. It's cleaning off the truck. You can see it's a red-blooded American truck. And then you got this like very subtle rainbow here. I'm loving this. Like, this is my inner film student coming out and looking at this silly shit. Like, that's great. It's two trucks. And it's like, okay, and this truck goes through the water. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah. And they like, listen. The progressive, the gay truck, the gay and trans and POC truck got this like pause for effect, like, like, listen, this is great. Let's fucking go. Redefining tough. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's satisfying. Ford Ranger Raptor. Listen, Ford, if you give me one of those, I will suck your dick for the rest of my career. Give me a $60,000 truck. I actually have no idea. How much would that... Wait. How much would this vehicle cost? Give it to me for free. Whatever, I don't care. Yeah, it's called the Raptor. The Ford Ranger Raptor. Like, let's fucking go. I said 60. I said 60,000, not 16,000. 60. The taxes and insurance would be rough. Listen, I'll just sell it. No, I mean, that would be... It would be nice to have a truck. I like my car, but it would be nice to have a truck. Like, the next time I move, I don't know that many people who have trucks, so I don't know if I'll be able to borrow one. Hi, Peanut Butter Blondie. So, listen, I can't wait. I don't think I've seen any responses to this yet, for the most part. I mean, the person who I saw tweet this said, Ford, how to destroy 120 years of American car history in 1 minute. I'm so sick of woke companies. It's so funny. Yeah, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna sell their Fords? Are they gonna crash them into a cliff? Are they gonna, like, drive their Fords off of a fucking dock and let it just slowly sink into the ocean? Are they gonna park their Ford trucks on top of sinkholes and just let them descend into the earth, never to be seen again? Definitely would never use a truck for an everyday driver, but it's important for every friend group to have one person with a truck. Exactly. You know, I don't mind being like the guy who helps you you move your shit, like a small truck. That's what I was saying earlier in the segment. I was like a Ford Ranger. That's what would work. Earlier in the stream, I was saying a Ford Ranger, and this is a Ford Ranger Raptor. It's probably still too big for what I would want out of a truck, but you know, I want to see the videos of people burning their Fiestas. Tell Ford to give you the truck and cover insurance and taxes, and as long as the truck lasts, you will promo at every stream. This stream is brought to you by Ford. You know, like, I could do it. I could. I just want a small Toyota truck. Honestly, I do think that Japanese vehicles are built better. That's why I personally have generally gone for Japanese makes in the past. Toyota is a really, really good option. I have a Dodge Dakota. Still too big for my garage. Fuck. My friend who has a truck is a 5'4" small bean girl. It's so funny to me when women have to get those, like, the extra, like, step that lowers itself down off of the side of the truck. Like, there's the bottom of the side of the truck, and there's a rail that's built in that has to then shift down by, like, 8 inches. And then these tiny little women, like, clamber into the vehicle. Like, they climb into it monkey style. I love my Toyota, but I'd love it more if it was rainbow colored. Yo, give me that Ford Ranger Raptor. Ford, give me that Ford Ranger. Listen, free advertisement for the rest of your lives. Actually, that would probably be unsafe. I don't have any rainbow stickers or any trans stickers or anything on my car because I don't want my car to get keyed while I'm like just at Walmart or something. I half expected the red truck to reveal it was a Confederate flag when I first saw it. It went hardcore the other direction, Mama Mephistopheles. That's so funny. Like some BS centrism, both sides. We all can love each other. Like the Confederate truck comes up with like the rainbow spray over it. It's like a rainbow over a Confederate truck. Dude, that would be fucking hilarious. I want a rainbow truck for real, but only in a gay country. If you gay, listen, I would drive around a hot pink Ford Ranger Raptor. Like a hot pink Ford Ranger. Yo, that would be sick. It's been 13 years since we gave up owning vehicles. Hydrate. Why are you telling me what to do? Don't tell me what to do. Only because it's perfectly sensible thing to do. Oh, man. I literally laughed so hard when I watched this advert for the first time. I was like just scrolling Twitter and I was like, oh, what's up with this? How is Ford destroying 120 years of American car history? And I laughed out loud. Oh, excuse me. What is the hottest pink? Oh, I have no idea. Like a neon pink. Like electric pink. Anyway, if you're enjoying hanging out, hit the like button really quick. We have 62. It's so strange how we will end up with like a really high number of likes, but a relatively lower number of viewers later in the stream. I'm not a fan of rainbow capitalism, but I am a fan of conservatives throwing bitch fits. Right. I can't wait to see all of these people torching their Fords. It's gonna be so funny. The Confederate truck and the gay trans POC truck are in love, Your Honor. Trans Pride Pink. Trans Pride Pink is way too pastel. I don't like pastels. I really want it to be more like a pink that is hard to look at. Like a magenta pink. Like a really, like it's hard to look at kind of thing. Oh my god, it's fucking so, I'm so sweaty. This is the streamer's nightmare. Like, Vosh and Demon Mama both live in Seattle, and I was like, well, haha, I live in Kansas City, where there's, like, every place that you go to has air conditioning, but little did I know, I was gonna realize that it's too much of a fucking audio issue for me to let my air conditioner run during stream, so I just get to be hot now. Yeah, I want a pink so painful that you cause accidents driving on the road. I still wouldn't piss on Bud Light, but I'll pour one out for the conservative hate. I think in a couple weeks, I'm gonna be enjoying some Keystone Lights. I know, I was already hot. It's just getting worse. Jesus. Jimmy Snow was wanting a picture of me from, like a farther distance and from here up, basically, for his thumbnails. And I was like, dude, I don't take pictures of my chest. Like, I don't really take pictures with my chest in them unless they're going on my Fansly. And so I was just realizing that, like, this cute shirt that I'm wearing is actually, like, you don't get to enjoy most of it because of the way that I have my area set up. It's, like, the camera's pretty close to me. Ooh, yes, a pink that doesn't exist in nature. Like, the color, like, the color of my moderators on my website chat and how it's, like, magenta. A truck so gay it renders anyone who beholds it instantly blind. Whew. I'm just gonna move the box fan closer to me. I think that's part of what the issue is that I'm running into. Jesus Christ. Improvise, adapt, overcome. We're trying. Damn, that's cold. Jimmy wanted a better pick and you were like, go sub to my Fansly, bitch. No, I didn't even mention the Fansly. No, I was just like, I don't take pictures of my chest. Like, this is like, I don't have what you want. I don't like the way rainbow capitalism is applied in general, but I do feel like we need it so the right is forced to share spaces in the cash grab that is our retail environments. Yeah, okay, so I will say, like, aside from this advertisement just being really funny, aside from this just being very funny, it's also, it kind of shows that, this is really kind of weird and awful, that I think in this one way, capitalism is actually kind of a mechanism of democracy to exist even in the face of authoritarianism. Like, yes, so often the interests of capital are aligned with the interests of the state, and that's where kind of fascism, authoritarianism, and capitalism all intersect. However, we are in this current situation where being kind to gay people and marketing to gay people and marketing to trans people is more profitable. And when bigots do a boycott, they lose less money than they make by, like, so Target is advertising their pride shit. They always have a bunch of pride stuff in the summertime, and some conservatives are planning to boycott Target during June, and they're going to make enough money off of people coming and buying the pride stuff versus, you know, the amount of money that they lose from these boycotts. Like, it's turning the tides where the public opinion is swaying, and so then you do have corporate interests that are aligned with, in this case, some progressive politics. I'm not saying that the system is good. I'm just pointing out that it is kind of a juxtaposition as to how we typically understand the framing of fascism, being that it is like tends to be the military industrial complex, and like all of the corporations are subject to the rule of the authoritarian government. But in this case, we do actually have some financially incentivized companies that are saying, yeah, actually, we will make more money if we cater to gay people. And if you are going to prevent us from, they're not marketing to us so much as they're using us to market to the libs. Right. It's not like gay people or trans people are a big enough demographic on our own. That's totally fine. It's that overall, across the country, across liberals and conservatives, being very anti-trans, being very anti-gay is not popular anymore. And so, yes, they will make more money if they put gay people in their movies, because folks will go to see it specifically because they're gay. I saw trans folks who might not normally drink Bud Light going and buying and busting out Bud Lights because of their cooperation with Dylan Mulvaney. So yes, they do make money by catering to the idea that being gay is good and okay. Like, corporations are soulless. They don't actually care about anything aside from making money. So if it is worse for their business to support conservative ideologies, like they've frequently figured out, multiple companies at this point have figured out that outrage marketing is effective. So if you say, you know, if you advertise your razor with a trans man shaving his face, or if you advertise your beer with a trans woman, or if you advertise your Ford Ranger with a rainbow paint job on it, then you end up with two sides of this, like the outrage marketing. Like, people are outraged and against what you're doing, so they're like angry, and they're calling a bunch of attention. And this right here is free advertisement. What we are doing right now, free advertisement for Ford. This is how you get the bang for your buck. You do some outrage marketing, and you end up with way more people talking about your product, people who you don't have to pay. Because listen, it would be very funny if Ford sponsored me, and I do think that they should, but they probably won't. So my show continues to be viewer supported by people like you. Like, comment, subscribe, and consider dropping me $1 on Patreon. We appreciate you. But it's profitable for them to do this. It draws a lot of attention to it. People who don't normally give a shit about buying that product, maybe they were thinking about buying a Toyota truck, but maybe, Ford supports the gays, and I bet they take, you know, not that that's correct to make this assumption, but oh, I bet they take good care of their gay employees. And, you know, the people who build Ford Rangers are like unionized, so that's a good company. I'll go ahead and support it or whatever. And subsequently, you do end up in a situation where a big company with a lot of money is able to financially punish effectively politicians who go against those interests. Capitalist America hates all workers equally. True. Honestly, corporations hate us, but they also hate everyone pretty equally in general. They want us to give them money and give us none. Yeah, I don't really think that corporations hate people. I think that corporations are broadly indifferent to human beings as long as they are making money. So if it so happens that producing positive outcomes for people is profitable, then they will do that. But not for the sake of making life better for people. Only when it's profitable. Pink dollars still look green to businesses, so they'll do it. Yeah, that's sort of the pink advertisement where you'll see like, oh, women are being advertised to in a specific way. Like, yeah, the rainbow stuff. Target has trans flag shoelaces. Listen, I don't know that I would buy Target trans flag shoelaces, but I feel like I might steal them. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Rainbow laces have been a thing since at least the 90s. Yeah. The trans thing is pretty new. I still wish that, you know, I understand the purpose of the original trans flag, but I do kind of wish that it was more like electric pink and electric blue. That's all I want out of the trans flag, is for it to be like more intensely saturated colors. We're so close to 100 likes, y'all. So very, very close to 100 likes. Oh, if they're only $1 for trans flag shoelaces, oh yeah, I should go do that. I'll just drop by a Target one of these days. Good grief. It is warm in here. No, I love the pastel colors. You can have the pastel colors. It's for you. You can have the pastel colors. It's just not for me. It's just not my deal. It's just not my thing. What else do we have to talk about today, y'all? We have a couple more thingies. Oh my god, do I need to put my hair up? It's so fucking... I gotta figure this situation out. Why not get a neon flag so everyone likes it? Yeah, I should... My mother-in-law was, like, gonna give me a new sewing machine that she got, because she was like, oh, this is on sale, I'll just go ahead and get it. And it's not even the sewing machine that she uses. Like, as far as I know, the last time she talked to me about it, she hadn't even opened it yet. So, I have a sewing machine, it just really needs to be serviced, and it would cost like $100 to get it serviced. And I would kind of rather just have a new one. Someone said earlier that they wanted me to flex. I can't flex for free. Now that I know that I can make money doing it, if you want me to flex, then help me get to $100 in donations. Someone type !donate in the chat, please. If you want to see me flexing, this is the closest you're going to get today, is me putting up my hair. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. Is it !dono? I can't remember which one it is. But yes, that was for canvassing. Yeah, the dono thing. I need to update that, actually. Hair flex? Yeah. I don't know why GFM didn't work. I see growth. Yeah, leave me alone. I actually had to back off, and I didn't exercise hardly at all last week. I need to fix this dono one. Hold on. There we go. Smart to take it easy when injured. Yeah, I like fucked up my hand, and then I also like twinged my lower back injury in a very short period of time, so it was pretty dumb. Excuse me. Okay. What else do we have to talk about today? Imagine the trans flag with bi, blue, and pink. I feel like the bi, blue, and pink colors only work because they're mediated by that purple color. I don't know. Where's a good fan? I want to look that up later. I just got a funny reply on Twitter. Where is it? Is it stream recommendations? You conservatives are the most deeply incurious, purposefully obtuse people on the planet. How do you live like that? Do you actually hate learning, or is it just too hard? Said the person posting, quote, adult content on Twitter. It's really so funny when people associate adult content with stupidity, as though, like, as an adult content creator online, you are a marketing specialist, you are your own tax specialist, like, you are a photographer, you need to understand lighting, and if you're doing camming, you need to understand sound, you have to set up all the technical aspects of it. Like, literally, there are so many skills involved. It's like when people bitch about streaming not being a real job, and I'm like, oh yeah, are you gonna be, like, your own researcher and editor and writer and Photoshop and editing videos and figuring how, like, search engine optimization and, like, what's gonna work for the algorithm and establishing community and, like, having community events, managing multiple social media accounts, like, all of these individual things, and wardrobe coordinator, all of these individual things are entire jobs. Like, in a bigger production, so many of these different jobs, yeah, yelling at chat, that's a whole job. Yeah, the actual being on camera, like, having the skills to be eloquent and charismatic and funny. Like, some people take improv classes in order to get better at their craft as YouTubers. Like, I literally am familiar with some YouTubers who just have, like, funny sketch channels, and they take improv classes in order to improve those skills. So yeah, I mean, there's a whole set of things that goes into it. It's so much harder than people realize. You're just a little jack of all trades. You just have to do a bunch of stuff, just a bunch of little stuff. I actually have a shirt, and it feels really pretentious to wear it, but I do have a shirt that says, like, writer, actor, director, and then YouTuber, kind of, like, slugged over it. God glam it. Are these fans? Ooh, girl. Oh my god, I love the mushroom one. Oh my god. Look at this. Look at this mushroom one. How big are these, though? Like, how big are they? Because if they're, I don't know, I kind of like the one that Natalie has that's, like, way bigger than this, you know? Like, keep in mind that, like, I'm shorter than Natalie, so my body proportions are generally kind of, like, smaller than hers. So, like, I want a giant fan. They showed up at the Akron, Ohio Pride. Cool. You know, it has taken a shockingly short amount of time for me to feel relatively comfortable in this new place where I'm talking. Like, my voice is shit today because of my allergies, but it works. I'll send you a pic of mine. It says, bye, bitch. Are there custom ones? Or is it just... Akron? Yeah. Akron, a lonely island, yeah. I just had sex. Anyway, woo, just gonna throw stuff. Akron. Akron. We make jokes. I wish that I had, like, a dubstep button on, so that I, like, when I want to do something stupid, like, like, then it makes, you know, dubstep sounds. That would be funny. Oh man, that's like the first thing I should do when I start working with, you know, producing my own music and stuff. The beat drop, but thank you, exactly, Decoy Duck. Like, it just needs to be, like, all I need to do is, like, some short, like, sound effect things for stream. Am I visibly, like, warm? I feel like I'm visibly warm. Anyway. Wowee. Wowee. God glam it. This is a great website. Where, like, are there more of them? Let me see. Shop all fans. Oh, there's UV reactive fans. There's holographic fans. Oh my god, look at this one. It says daddy. It says daddy. Oh, this one says cunt. That's pretty good. This is amazing. I'm gonna have you guys help me figure out which one. Because this is so, like, the options. You're canceled. Bye, bitch. These holographic ones. I don't really like these. These look like they're gonna be crunchy. Like, these look like they're gonna sound like cellophane when you get them out. You know what I mean? She doesn't even rave here. Oh, there's some dirty ones. Oh, I realized the one in the top left corner was covered up by me, which is good because it's dirty. Thirsty. Oh my, that one's dirty. Wish you were queer. Anyway, this is fun. I enjoy that there's so many... I wanted the one that said lick my clit. Lel. Anyway, we're so close to 100 likes. If you've not yet hit the like button, consider hitting the like button really quick. Help me to be able to afford the air conditioning that I'm gonna need to turn on blast as soon as stream is over to compensate for the fact that I had to turn it off earlier. Slay! Oh, this one's so cute. This one is so cute with all the little mushies on it. Oh my god, y'all. I have officially entered my mushroom phase. It's like, I'm considering getting a tattoo of mushrooms. I have a friend who does some really great ink drawings, and I was considering commissioning her to draw me some mushrooms that I really like. I can't remember what they're called. We talked about it on stream a bit at one point. Like, what my favorite mushroom is, because it's super cute, and it's so goopy. What is, like, that goopy blue mushroom? What is it called? It's, like, my favorite mushroom, but I can't remember what it's called. Like, wet blue mushroom. It's got, like, a wet top. I might have to go back to my Reddit post to find it. It's not a blue oyster. Sky shrooms? Lol, no. I really want one now. We want one of these. Mushrooms being trendy? Slay. I hope you're not into shrooms. They make your brain bleed. Oh, holy shit! Alexis, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub! Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your purple name. They said aliens are real, borders aren't. Good luck with your taxes. Thank you so much. That is awesome. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. That brings us up to 50. I guess I did kind of show off my arms a little bit earlier, but I guess if we get to $100, I'll like flex on purpose for you guys for a few minutes. Thank you. So shrooms, I thought that shrooms were basically safe. I was under the impression that shrooms were basically safe. Like, they've been decriminalized in some places. Like, in Seattle, I know in Seattle they recently decriminalized psychedelic mushrooms. I know people who've done them before, and it seems like I thought that they were, like, pretty mild. Oh my goodness. That's crazy to hear, though. Fairly safe, but your brain bleeds. I didn't even think you had blood in your brain. Wait, how do you even get blood in your brain? I thought that you had to, like... There's a blood-brain barrier. There's literally a thing called the blood-brain barrier that keeps your blood out of your brain. One time I saw a muscle girl flex and break through her shirt in a video, and I've been chasing that dragon ever since. I guess I could probably wear, I could probably wear some cotton clothes that fit tightly and then flex through them, but maybe my muscles would need to get a little bit bigger. Are you a furry? Yes. So, I guess I don't make this very clear very often on stream. I should do the bit more often, but I am the Dragon streamer. Welcome to the Dragon stream. My name's Luxander, but really I've kind of thought about rebranding entirely to just like the Dragon streamer, but I don't think I can fully pull that off. But my dragon at this point, I think of it as like a black dragon with green accents, kind of going off of the agender flag, which is like green and gray and black. And my viewers, like the name of you all, the fans, the viewers, are the Horde, like H-O-A-R-D. You're the community, and I hoard community members because I am the dragon. Boof, 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 boof. which is why someone suggested, when we were talking about the fans, someone suggested that I get like one with a dragon on it, which I think would be cool, and it would be on brand. So how do you even look for these kind of fans? Like, okay, you would hand fan, like dragon-themed hand fan. If you give me a reference... Wait, are you talking about you'll do a drawing? I don't really have a reference for this version of the dragon, aside from all the emotes. I have the emotes so you can see, like... You know, if you're looking at the chat on screen, like my little guys... That's the closest thing I have to a reference for this version of my furry thing. I kinda associate salamanders with dragons. Salamanders are often associated with the element of fire. So that kinda makes sense. Like, playing Zelda Breath of the Wild, the big boss guy in the volcano area was a giant salamander. If you had unlimited funds, the cool thing to do would be to get a gold coin for every subscriber and keep a big pile of them. Yo, that would already be so... Do you mean subscriber, like, on the YouTube channel? Or do you mean, like, someone who has a subscription to the website? Because if it was on my YouTube channel, that's 30,000 of anything. 30,000 of anything is a lot of that thing. Listen, Amalgam, I am a huge fan of fan art, so I appreciate it. Like, I know some people are like, I want to donate, but I don't have money, so I want to donate my drawing talent, and like, yeah, I appreciate it. I guess it's just me who's still looking for that type of mushroom. Mycena interrupta is the name I was thinking. What are you looking for specifically? Oh, Pixie's Parasol. Yeah, where was it? Like, mushroom... I guess I could find it on my old Reddit posts. Reddit. The vines are moving. What are they plotting? Yeah, there is just enough air movement going on in this room that my vines are, like, shifting around. Lux is a furry confirmed. We claim another queer. I've been, like, out as a furry for over a year now. Once I start streaming again, I want to keep a jar of names. Since my name is Creature of the Fae. That's pretty funny. Having a jar of names. Aren't you technically a scaly? Yes, a scaly is a type of furry. It is a type of furry. Okay, where's my Reddit post history? Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Okay, what is it called? Is it this one? Nope, that's not the right one. Oh wait, no, maybe that is the right one. Hold on. Open that closed tab, thank you. Is this the right one? Oh yeah, because it's like blue earlier on in its life, but then it gets... Wait, no, shit. Is that the right one? I've considered furry before. Does it make me a furry if I just like to draw anthro versions of myself? I mean, sure. It's like, your commitment to being a furry can be as loose of a commitment as, you know, I kind of like this animal. And I associate with it. Like, I vibe with it on a certain level. I'm waiting for Summer Forage to pop up to find some of our local edible variety. Did you know one more common variety of fairy ring mushroom is edible, and personal opinion, delightful when candied? I did not know that, Sage. I've gone foraging for morel mushrooms, but at this stage in my life, I'm really only comfortable doing morel mushrooms foraging because it's like, it's literally fucking impossible to misidentify a morel. The only thing that looks kind of like a morel, it's immediately like, cut it in half. Congratulations. Is it hollow or not? If it's hollow, it's a true morel. It is impossible to fuck that up. But any other type of mushrooms I get really weirded out by. So this is my favorite mushroom. It's called a parrot wax cap, or Gliophorus satanicus. And wow, this picture will not load. Why is it so scrunchy? Why are you so scrungly? Oh my god, because it's super tiny? Wait, why? Oh, no, hold on. Trying to load Facebook. But it's really cool because it's like wet on top, and then it... Yeah, so parrot wax cap is actually what I need to find. Parrot wax cap. Yeah, the pixels are not really my friend today. But it's got these really wild-looking gills. Like, check out these gills, dude. Those are so fucking cool. So it's, like, wet and gross-looking and, like, you know, squishy-looking. But it's got this really lovely rounded shape at some angles. And it's got these really beautiful, unique gills. Check out this picture. Like, yo, that's so cool. So this is my favorite mushroom. It looks cool, I just don't want to touch it. Agreed, agreed. Do you have to like the Disney-esque anthropomorphic animal art style to be a furry? Oh my god, absolutely not. The furry stuff sounds fun, but it's another investment in costumery that I can't afford. I have more scene stuff than normal clothes at this point. I don't have any... So the extent of my dragon outfit is like, I have some horns, and I bought some... Or not really I bought, someone bought for me off my Amazon wishlist some wings that came with a little tail. The only events that I could cosplay at are ones where it's like really, really hot. And so it's hard to cosplay anything that requires layers. Yeah, I have a friend who makes fursuits and holy moly, she makes big buckaroonies. And you don't have to have a fursuit or even a costume in order to identify with being a furry. My friends and I came up with crawlies, as in creepy crawly, and we don't want it to catch on because they're rare and don't have their own little title. Does that mean like bugs? Like bugs and spiders? For your style of, furriness? It looks like an enchanted booger. I would love to get a tattoo of these because they're so beautiful and like unique looking. I'm like, do I try to tell the artist to capture the gloopiness, or do I just say it's okay if we skip the gloopiness? Like, how am I gonna get a tattoo that shows how disgustingly wet these are? I don't think it's possible. A friend recently asked if I had the ability to make a furry hood. I might learn. Yo, if you can make money at it, truly. Ask for the wet look with highlights. But I also don't really plan on getting this tattoo in color if I do get it. Despite the fact that I love the color of this mushroom, and that's a big part of why I like it. But it's like... color fades out. And so I would prefer for most of my ink to be gradient, black and white and gray. Like, I mean, when I say white, I mean like using my white skin as the negative space white. So just black and shaded. That's what I prefer for my own tattoos. You can see, like, I have this tattoo up here. It's just black. I have this tattoo here. It's just black. This one here is just black. This one on my shoulder is just black. My fursonas are rodents. Delicious. I'm low-key an avian. Hell yes. I need a gloop specialist. That's true, Nuvenal. Okay, let me get rid of some of these tabs, because I don't need them. Parrot wax cap. I need to remember this. Because it's like aesthetically my favorite mushroom. You think that would look rad in black and white? Like, one of my friends does really incredible, stark black and white style art. And I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking about maybe just paying her to draw me maybe like 5 of those mushrooms clustered together. And then like maybe I could look up some of the moss species that it grows near. Because it does tend to grow near certain mosses. And like have it be a little scene where like you can see the moss on the ground a little bit right in front of the like mushrooms at like a certain angle. Like I really do love that one image of oh shit, hold on. Not what I wanted. Let me try to find that. Cause like I really do love this. Where is it? there's like the framing of this image that we were looking at earlier, this one. You know, maybe 2 or 3 mushrooms that are taller like this, and then maybe 2 mushrooms that are short like this. Just kind of all together in a little framing with like some like grass or something on the bottom of the tattoo. I think that would be cool. If you were to get that kind of tattoo, where would you put it? Because I kind of thought, I don't know, like this is a weird spot, but I was thinking maybe have it be like right above where my pants line is on my hip over here. Like, I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Or is that like a good thigh tattoo? Who fucking knows? If I had a fursona, I might be an Andean bear or a Dumbo octopus. I would say hip or thigh. That's kind of what I was thinking as well, Sage. I'm not 100% committed to certain animals right now, but I like bunnies and jackalopes. I used to be a raccoon. Before that, I vibed with cats. If you wanted to get spicy, put it on the base of the neck. That would be really small, though. If I get a mushroom tattoo, I want it to be like a mushroom tattoo, like that big. And like for frame of reference, this is my face. Like I want it to be pretty sizable, and have it be like maybe my first. It's gonna be my first like actual artwork with potentially with shading and stuff. Because this guy is like the closest thing I've had to artwork done. All the rest of my tattoos are just words. What's up, Corpse Candy? Tramp stamp so it's growing out of your butt. No, I don't want a tramp stamp. I immediately thought of leg, as in your calf, so it's growing out of your shoe or boot. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it being on my right hip. I have this is like, I get tattoo ideas and they sort of come and go, and I sit on them and I think about them for a while so that I can really determine if I'm willing to go through with it. Obviously, it costs like hundreds of dollars to get a tattoo, so it's probably, not gonna happen anytime soon. I might commission the mushroom artwork by my friend, and then maybe later this year revisit maybe I'll get the outline of that tattoo done, and that'll only cost like $200. And then I'll get the shading later, and that'll cost like another $150 or something like that. Nice fan, thank you! I was just looking up that I want to get, like, are there dragon-themed fans? I feel like they're all gonna be, like, Chinese dragons. Like, dragon-themed hand fans are pretty much all gonna be Eastern dragons. And that's not really what I'm after. Oh, that's cute! Oh my god, the sakura? That's so adorable. I love that. Yeah, this is the trouble. If anybody can find me any other dragon fans that aren't this, like, Asian style, that would be cool. What is going on here? That's kind of pretty. Anywho. I'm still browsing the fans. I just found a green alien cat saying K. Nice. Look up European dragon fans. European dragon fans. European? We vibin', we enjoying. This is an idea of a sculpture on Amazon that you would like, of the mushroom. Oh, that's fucking cute. Okay, that's pretty cute. I like that. Yeah, these are still, like... It doesn't really yield much better search results. They're still, like, Chinese dragons. Like Western dragon, maybe? I'm not peeing. So, Lux, how many legs do you have as a dragon? I realize that this is anti-scientific, but I have 4. 4. I know for a fact that in reality, if you can fly like that, you have 2 legs and wings, because most animals don't have 2 shoulder sockets. And you would also have a really giant breast that's got a lot of muscles on it in order to haul your fucking wings. But yes, my dragon has 4 legs and 2 wings. I think I just have to have a violently queer fan, because I'm not gonna get a dragon-themed one like I want. It's okay. Dragons defy science. It's part of their charm. Exactly. Yeah, giant breasts, you say? Are you a dragon tar? What is that? No, I don't think so. What does that mean? A dragon tar? Is a dragon tar, you're like, you've got the dragon part on bottom and then a human torso? No, that's definitely not the case. Get a plain one and have someone paint it? Yeah, that would be a lot of work, though. That would be a lot of work, though. Goodness. Oh man, I don't really want to talk about any serious news. Sometimes I just like to fuck around and not talk about serious news, and we're 2.5 hours into this stream, and I've done such a great job so far of avoiding talking about any serious news. Am I a dragon tour? Yeah, I don't know what that means, Amalgam. Sorry, the ads interrupted my answer to your question. But like, yeah, I don't, is that like, I have 4 dragon legs on bottom, and then at the place where normally a dragon's neck comes out, there's like just my weird human torso? Because definitely not. I am not anthro in any way. I'm just, what do they call it? They call it feral. My fursona is strictly just an actual dragon. You know, in this hypothetical world where that is my embodiment, like it's like a World of Warcraft style shape-shifting situation. Yours is a proper dragon. I'm a dragon purist. I would really like to know how the fuck mushrooms became such a queer thing, especially for tattoos. Okay, here's the thing. Here's my theory about this. Queer people have a really weird relationship to death because so many of us want to die for huge portions of our lives. And so mushrooms, being an extant form of life that is born from death and being like that it seems like a plant, but it's actually more closely related to human beings. And they have like infinite numbers of sexes, basically. They reproduce in super strange ways. I think that all of these factors make mushrooms really fascinating. Plus, like, I don't know why, but it's a specifically non-binary kind of thought, isn't it? Like, it's like non-binary people are gonna end up being in love with mushrooms or rats. Rats is maybe a specifically transmasculine thing. I don't know. For me personally, mushrooms are a symbol of being able to thrive in shit, literal shit. It's like the nebulous definition of what life is. Like the fact that mushrooms challenge our ideas of what life even is something that I find personally fascinating. And they're just kind of cool. Like, I just like them and think they're cool. Maybe a scale. Oh, a scale patterned fan? Hold on. Like, scale hand fan. Scaled? Like, scaled? Whoa. I just think they're neat. Like, look, I've got this mushroom background thing. Like, it's making my background look all mushroomy, and like, look at how foresty it is. There are some fans that have this like scale thing going on a little bit, but not that many. I assumed it was one of those times where queer people tend to bond with things that are generally shunned. Mushrooms are like less than plants and unwanted pests according to most gardeners. I mean, yeah, it could be the same sort of reason why we are so interested in like crows and other unlovable things. I just love plants in general. Moss trees, weeds don't exist to me. They're all flowers and pretty in their own way. I am the kind of person who, as a child and again now as an adult, will deliberately spread dandelion seeds. I'm like, you know what? This dead patch of like no grass right here, I'm just gonna like smear some dandelion seeds into the mud here and hope they take. I feel like there's a lot of good trans metaphors in certain fish species. Oh, yo, this is cool. I feel like this fan doesn't really look like it's able to collapse, but that's cool looking. It almost looks like AI generated. Interesting. Melanie Martinez veered into the fairy/mushroom aesthetic. I love her new album, by the way. I'm not familiar, but I'm glad that you enjoy. That's why Halloween is basically Queer Christmas, a celebration of monsters. How many girls? How many girls in the chat? I guess boys too, or NBs. But I was thinking of trans girls specifically. How many of you cross-dressed on Halloween before you even knew that you were trans? Or at least before you came out as trans? Because I would bet that it's a lot of you. Yeah, opossums, raccoons as well. Trash critters. Guilty! Yeah, see? I know you. You can't hide from me. I'm hiding my voice from the microphone. You can't hide from me. Weirdly, my cis brother did, but it was stealing the wig he used after he was done that broke my egg. Oh, I wanted to, but was not brave enough. Oh, you're brave now. You came all the way out. That's so brave. As an AFAB NB, I once dressed as the Bunny Frank from Donnie Darko. I guess that counts. I was going to cross-dress on Halloween, but I got outvoted. Oh, that's a bummer. Anyway. I really don't usually have any plans for Halloween. I just kind of go like, you know what, I should dress up myself and enjoy my day alone. That's what keeps happening. Let's do this fucking Matt Walsh thing so that it's just like off my plate. Okay, I want to copy over this thing. Ford commercial is funny. Funny Ford commercial. Okay. We're not gonna have like a lot of segments today because I have shit ton of segments that I need to edit still. I still trick or treat. I am 23 this year. I think technically you could hypothetically like wear a mask, like a Halloween mask, and still be able to trick or treat as long as you want. If you're wearing like a Scream mask, is someone gonna tell you like, take off your fucking mask so that I can confirm that you're a teenager? Whoa. Mm. Goodness. Okay. Let's do this Matt Walsh thing. Which means I need to close some of my other links that I have open. Okay, I got both of these now. Okay, cool. I can pass as a child at age 26. How short are you, deeply concerned? Like how short? That's wild. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot. It's like 8 o'clock here. How is it still so hot? It's because my house has very shitty, circulation. Good Christ. I think someone would, but I'm used to dealing with the crowd that wants to inspect genitals, so it's kind of tame by comparison. Goodness. Do you remember Pride last year when U-Hauls full of white supremacists were attempting to show up at Pride events and generally like a bunch of harassment was happening? I think that I have a playlist called Stochastic Terrorism that has some of those things on it. If you're interested in going to check that out. I totally forgot about the title and thought the Ford thing was the feature. Lux gets a Raptor. Yeah, let's do it. Basically, it seems like it's understood that Pride Month is a time to like celebrate trans people, celebrate queer people, and it makes it the ideal time for retaliation. So we are, you know, we're going into Pride maybe feeling like, yay, we get to do like our celebration of our community, and like if you're disabled like me, you're kind of not going to go to Pride because it's not accessible, because it's always in like one of the hottest months of the year. And number two, no one's going to wear masks to try to protect you from dying. So good luck, have fun with your 1 in 10 chance of long COVID with every reinfection that you have. Enjoy. But anyway, the other thing that makes Pride sort of inaccessible is this idea that violence could potentially happen to us at any given moment. And it seems like the crazy conservative people are, in fact, ramping up to doing some crazy nonsense this year. And it's impossible to tell what exactly that they're planning on doing. But Matt Walsh, notorious theocratic fascist, notoriously self-described theocratic fascist, says lots of conservatives are dreading Pride Month, but I'm excited. We have big plans for Pride Month this year. Stay tuned. That doesn't sound mildly threatening or anything. Does that sound to anybody else like there is going to be some terrorism? Because it certainly sounds to me like there's going to be some terrorism. And, you know, and you might think, oh, Matt Walsh is just one fucking idiot. Like, it doesn't really matter what he says. Doesn't really matter. Like, he doesn't have any influence. He's just some dummy with 6 children and like a wife who he makes take care of all those children and do all of his laundry. Like Matt Walsh is such a useless human being that he can't even do laundry. But the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has also issued a warning about an increase in anti-LGBTQ violence as we're entering Pride season. So they cite social media chatter. DHS analysts say that domestic terrorists have been increasingly threatening violence against LGBTQ plus people. The Department of Homeland Security is warning that anti-LGBTQ plus violence is rising this year as Pride Month is about to begin. In a memo sent out to law enforcement agencies on May 11, DHS said that threats of attacks from domestic extremists and hate crimes against LGBTQ plus people have increased in just the last year. Now, this is also not the first DHS warning about anti-LGBTQ terrorism that has happened in the past year. We covered it, and it's on the Stochastic Terrorism stream playlist, that they successfully issued a warning right before some actual terrorist activity happened. In Moore County in North Carolina, several power stations, like electrical power stations, were attacked by people shooting them until they became non-operational. And so, yeah, it's coming up again. The increase in threats could lead to actual violence, and that larger events like Pride celebrations and healthcare sites could be attacked. DHS analysts cite social media chatter celebrating the mass shooting in Nashville, where a former Christian school student returned to their school and killed 6 people, including 3 children. The memo says these issues include actions linked to drag theme events, gender-affirming care, and LGBTQIA plus curricula in schools. High-profile attacks against schools and faith-based institutions, like the recent shooting in Nashville, have historically served as inspiration for individuals to conduct copycat attacks. This seems dumb and weird. Like, why are you citing the recent shooting in Nashville where an allegedly transgender person shot a bunch of Christians, when the clear example to draw toward is the Club Q shooting 6 months ago? Like, do you remember, like, the last time you issued a warning and it was right around the time that there was the Club Q shooting? Yeah, and Pulse, but Pulse was like 5 years ago. Or when was Pulse? 2016? Like, I'm just saying, if you're even going to say, oh, copycats are going to be an issue, then you need to address, like, if you're saying, oh, there's going to be violence, that's so stupid. Like, I'm really angry about that. Like, this is like one of the most stupid things that you could say in a memo about anti-LGBTQ violence. Pulse made me break down in tears. Listen, I don't even like to think about it. Like, I was really upset. Pulse shooting happened, and the same weekend, a YouTube famous female singer who got she was on YouTube at first, and then she got famous from being on the TV show The Voice. Same weekend as the Pulse shooting, she was shot and killed, at a meet and greet after her concert. So I was like, the same weekend, I was feeling like I was on the list because I'm gay and I'm a YouTuber. And, like, she's just a woman. She wasn't even politically outspoken. Yes, Christina Grimmie. 95% of mass shootings are committed by white men. Yeah, why are they seriously both sidesing mass shootings? Her stalker killed her. Yeah, Jesus. So yeah, that's really fucking stupid. The memo comes after Republicans in state legislatures around the country filed hundreds of bills this year attacking LGBTQ rights, particularly the rights of trans youth. Much of the rhetoric used to support the bills painted queer people as threats to women and children and as aggressive deviants whose existence isn't legitimate and should be ended. Pundits on the right have openly called for eliminating trans people and have said that violent attacks on LGBT people are justified, all while white nationalists and neo-Nazis protesting children and their parents going to family-friendly drag events has become commonplace. Last year, we did see an increase in attacks on pride events. A study by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project found that incidents of political violence targeting the queer community by July 2022 had already exceeded the total number of attacks reported in 2021. So in the first 6 months of 2022, there were more political attacks against the LGBT community, like political violence attacking queer people, which is to say, like, basically hate crimes, had exceeded the total number of attacks in 2021. It also found that anti-LGBTQ demonstrations have been increasing since 2020. Is there, yeah. Let me see. So while I think it is very stupid to draw the comparison to the Nashville shooting, because if anything, these people who are trying to do the anti-queer stochastic terrorism, they are using the Nashville shooting as a way of saying, here's why trans people shouldn't have guns. Like, here's why these people are too mentally ill to have guns. And so they're like, if anything, the anti-queer people are trying to use the Nashville shooting as an excuse to prevent us from getting our community defense covered. 95% of terrorism is committed by right-wingers. Most mass shootings are committed by either right-wingers or incels, and by several factors of magnitude, failing to represent the factual motivations of the vast majority of terrorists and mass shooters is beyond responsible. It is dangerous. Yeah, this doesn't link to the actual Department of Homeland Security memo, I don't think. But I would assume that if they mentioned the Club Q shooting at all, then the website LGBTQ Nation, which is where we were reading this, would have included that mention. So honestly, I would say as we enter Pride season, like, I don't go to Pride because I cannot regulate my body temperature and I cannot be out in the sun like that for hours and hours. That's the primary reason why I have not gone to Pride in the past. Now I don't go to Pride because of that and the risk of COVID. But also, I also don't go to Pride events because of the added risk of getting just shot, just mowed down by a semi-automatic weapon, indiscriminately killed. Like, I'm not really interested in doing that. And so for me personally, in my life, the terrorists are kind of winning. I won't go dancing at a club. I really don't go to queer-oriented events because I don't want to die. And so that's unfortunate. I'm not going to tell other people that you should not go to a Pride event because it is important for us to show up. But you need to know what you're getting into. Like, you need to understand what the risks are going into that. That if you live in a place, even if you live in a place that is generally fairly progressive, such as Colorado, where the Club Q shooting occurred, you might think, oh, you know, we have legal marijuana here. We have, we ruled against that one guy who denied the gay couple the right to make the cake. You know, Colorado's a good place to live. You are just as susceptible as to mass shootings. I live in a place where mass shootings are relatively uncommon, but the first thing I read when I opened up Facebook today was that there was a shooting at a club in Kansas City. And I haven't even looked into that to find out, like, none of my people on Twitter were talking about it, so I don't think it was a queer club specifically, but, like, at some club in Kansas City, there was a shooting. And so, yes, you know, we are not, like, safe from mass shootings. But if you look at a map of mass shootings in the United States, I live in a place that is relatively safe. That does not mean that I'm willing to go to Pride. They're trying to use the Nashville shooting to justify killing us, not just disarming us. not as an interim step. They draw a direct line between the Nashville shooting and using the law to eradicate us. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Mama. Like, it's not just, yes, the surface level argument is, you know, these people shouldn't own guns, but they are using it to say, like, yeah, like, oh, you know, we keep saying how crazy these trannies are. Like, we keep telling you how unstable they are. They clearly can't be trusted. Like, they can't be around your children. They shouldn't be in public. If they're gonna try to get armed, then you know what we need to do is put them down before they can get armed. Like, it is very much in that zone. And I understand that people are probably pretty uncomfortable with that reality, but it's like, it doesn't stop being the reality just because we are not comfortable with it. I'm so fucking tired of living in fear. It's been years like this. It's been years. Like, I've owned my car for like 6 years. I paid it off last year, and I've owned my car for 6 years, and I will not put like a gay sticker on it because I don't want my car to be targeted. I don't want someone to see my rainbow flag sticker on my car and decide that they're gonna follow me home. Like, that's crazy. So yeah, we don't live in a free country. I don't live in a country where I feel safe and comfortable traveling through various places. Like, I don't want to stop and pull over and stop at the gas station when I'm on a road trip unless I have someone with me. Like, I'm not comfortable. It's the same approach the Nazis took to Jews. Spend years saying how dirty and gross they are, then force them into ghettos where you deny them services so they become dirty and poor, and then bring tourist buses to see the ghetto to prove it. Yeah, they're naturally like this. You know, they live in the dirt. They're swine. They wallow in it. You can see the proof. That's not where I was expecting you to go with it, though. Because, like, where I thought you were going to go with that decoy duck is like the direction of like manufactured consent. If you repeatedly say, oh, trans people are a danger to children, oh, trans people want to shoot you with their guns, like, ooh, look at these trans people getting armed, you know, they're gonna start a war to take down the whole idea of the American family. If you do that enough, then you basically generate a situation where the average person believes that queer people are dangerous, like that they are mentally ill and they need treatment and they need to be committed and stuff. And then when the government takes action, when the government says, well, being trans is a mental illness and you're not allowed to own a gun, or if they say being trans is a mental illness and so we're going to commit you and like put you in an asylum, or trans people are dangerous, so if we shoot one in the middle of a police interaction, much like they've done with black people, then we're justified. Like, it's manufactured consent when, like, the community thinks you're doing the right thing. Oh, homeless people are dangerous, and they all do drugs, so if we let homeless people walk around our downtown areas, that's making it unsafe, and nobody wants to come to our city and spend money. And then people who are locals think, oh, well, yeah, I don't like being around homeless people. They make me uncomfortable. And now you're telling me that they're all on drugs and that they all want to mug me and hurt me. So then clearly I'm going to agree with any of the actions that are taken to remove homeless people from the area, even if that means like destroying all of their belongings, including their like medical supplies, and like displacing them from the one small amount of stability that they've been able to acquire, and force them to go somewhere else. And like, where else are they gonna go? They don't have anywhere to go. That's the whole fucking point of being homeless, right? That's what the thing that like bothers me about this whole dialogue is that this is manufactured consent. And we can translate the manufactured consent conversation onto every issue. We can talk about racism, we can talk about transphobia, we can talk about COVID. Like, people's consent has been manufactured here. Yeah, of course, you push trans people. Well, here's the real kicker. Not so much the violent crimes thing, decoy duck, but you accuse trans people of being sexual predators, and then you systematically deny them jobs so that they have to do sex work in order to survive. And then when they get arrested for sex work and put into prison for sexual crimes, you can then allude to those statistics and say, look, trans people are sexual predators committing sexual crimes, ending up in jail for sexual crimes. Like, Or you make bathroom access illegal, and then a trans person is like, well, I guess I'll just piss outside, and then you get arrested for sexually exposing yourself because you took a piss outside, and then you're a sex criminal, you know? Are you in mesh? I'm in fishnet. It's like fishnet, you know? I've never been to a queer event ever, and I really want to. It's, like, not fair that we have to be scared of going to, like, events where we just want to be around other queer people. It's not cool that we live in a country where we genuinely don't have the freedom to just go normal places without the fear of something happening. As far as I know, in the entire state of Kansas, there has never been a grocery store mass shooting, but I don't know that I am confident that there will never be one, you know? And that's not like the world that I want to live in. We should go anyway. We can't live in fear. I mean, that's a trade-off that you can't like tell people what to do, you know, because yes, we should live our lives anyway, but we will die, or like there's a chance that we will die, and you can't like ask people to be martyrs. If someone wants to choose that, if someone wants to choose to stay in the unsafe place, to go to the unsafe place, to do the unsafe thing, to live their full life, you know, that's good for you, and I'm glad. Be safe with COVID and everything, and, you know, continue to be safe with STIs and everything else that's already relevant to the queer community. But, like, you can't blame people who aren't willing to be a martyr. I decided it a long time ago. When I was a teenager, I saw the direction that this country was going, and I knew that I will never be a martyr to make this country a better place. I will never do that. Like, the thing that I need to do is survive and keep myself safe so that I can help keep other trans people and queer people safe. I will not lay down my life. If I die, it's because, like other forces happened to me. But, like, my goal, the reason why I don't want to be in this country is because I don't want to die in this country as a political martyr. You know, I was hoping to die of old age in this country someday, I guess. I mean, like, I wasn't psyched about the idea of doing it in this country, but I never planned on leaving. And now I kind of don't have any choice but to heavily weigh that as an option. It's going to take generations for LGBTQ people in America to be safe at Pride again. It's the same as curing racism in America. At this point, I say leave America. It's rotten to the core. Frankly, we started out a garbage country, and we are still a garbage country. And I don't think it's going to get better unless we radically take ownership of the gun culture thing. Like, I frankly think that the only thing to do, if you're going to stay here, is have a militia group for your local queer people. And if you don't have any local queer people, then, like, move as close to them as you can. I'm not saying move across state lines necessarily. Like, if you're the kind of queer who wants to square up, then, yeah, join or start like something like a John Brown gun club or something along those lines. I really leave America and go where? So Canada is okay. There are places in America, like I would say the Seattle area is probably relatively safe. That gets you close to Vancouver. Vancouver is like relatively safe and they have good trans health care. Other than that, I would say like the Netherlands. You know, for me personally, I think that Canada is a stepping stone on the way to somewhere else. New Zealand, maybe Australia. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's like the cute solution, but it's like kind of a question of whether you're gonna sell all your shit to move somewhere safe or if you're gonna die here. Canada is pretty bigoted socially, but most doctors and psychiatrists are very pro-trans in my experience. That's good. I got a trans friend planning to go to Germany. I think Germany is a good option, although the healthcare in Germany is weird and like they don't really let non-binary people transition. Aren't Australia and New Zealand also like notoriously difficult to move to? Though I guess being white and American helps. Yeah, I don't actually know the process for moving to any of these places. I'm just saying like if you want to know, if your question is like, move where is safe, like, you know, here's like a general recommendation I can make. of places that are somewhat safer. Although every place still has its racism. Like Australia, you think of as them being like just a bunch of really cool, casual guys, but they are also like very anti-indigenous. Like, at least their government is. Better idea, let's just move all the Republicans to a new place, like the center of the sun. I wonder how safe it is in Mexico. I don't know. That's a good question. You're dealing with like a language barrier at that point, though. And at least in Canada, it's like, that's the other limitation, you know? We live in America, we speak English. You gotta make sure that you go to a place where you either are able to learn the language or that like has a decent number of English speakers already there. Put all the bigots on Uranus. True. Hello, Leftist Owl, welcome in. We've just been talking about how the Department of Homeland Security issued a warning about increased violence entering Pride Month. Iceland is where I'm thinking now. Yo, Iceland is fucking beautiful. My Twitter got. What did you do, Leftist Owl? What did you do, you bad NB? I have a trans friend in Australia. She gets shit from people a lot. Yeah, I don't think that it's safe anywhere. I just think that it's a relative safety. And frankly, I think that probably the most important thing, aside from like ideally being in a place where you have the right to go to the fucking bathroom in public, is living in a place where you have other queer people around you. So finding the queer people within your community, getting to know them, having someone who will call and check up on you once in a while to see if you're okay, maybe getting to know your neighbors. Because, like, if someone comes, you know, knocking down your door V for Vendetta style because you're in bed with your same-sex lover, maybe go ahead and, like, get to know your neighbors so that if something happens and they bang down your door, then your neighbors, who maybe also have guns, are going to be like, excuse me there, partner, I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing. Like, unfortunately, the reality of the situation is that we do need people who are willing to put their bodies on the line for us. I love that meme that goes around once in a while. Oh my god. It's, oh, what is his name? God damn it, what's his name? Dale Gribble? Is it Dale Gribble? Yeah, I found it! You're really gonna die for drag queens and queer folk? Someone is. Like, boy. I named my cat Gribble. Oh my god, that's amazing. Speaking of travel advice, Rick Scott decided to mock the travel warnings issued for Florida. I put a link in the stream Rex in Discord. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah. Who is Rick Scott? Is that the Texas governor? Texas Governor Rick Scott? Or did he is like former president? Sorry, former Texas governor? Florida no, that's DeSantis. The Florida governor is Ron DeSantis. Rick Scott is like Texas, right? I think Rick Scott used to be the Texas governor a few years ago, didn't he? Or did, oh, it's that he used to be governor of Florida, and then he's now a senator. Okay, I got you. Yeah, he was a piece of shit too, right? He's also a notorious welfare fraud. Wait, how? Like, writing off his meals and stuff that shouldn't be, telling horrible people to TOS. Well, Leftist Owl, stop telling people to TOS. Yes, I remember that, Mama Mephistopheles. That's one of my favorite scenes. There's a Game of Thrones version of that too. There's a scene where some guy is like, "You're gonna die for some chickens," and the Hound is like, "Someone is." Like, just so, like, "I'm so fucking hungry. Please stop talking to me." He ran a fake business that billed Medicare. Oh my god, he stole millions. Holy shit, Rick Scott. Like, why are these people not in jail? I don't understand. Sorry, not millions. It was actually $1.7 billion. Oh my God. Like, I don't get it. Republican privilege. Right, being in the pockets of big businesses who can just bail you out of shit. Oh my God. Rich white people don't go to jail unless they rip off other rich white people. That's true. Martin Shkreli is a son of a bitch. Spent 3 fucking hours bouncing on my boy's dick. Anyway, we just have some internet comment etiquette sometimes. What a fucking cunt, Martin Shkreli. God, terrible. Drink some water, babes. Oh my God. Big money, salvia. Big money, salvia, salvia. Big money, salvia. Rick Scott issues travel advisory for socialists. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, Rick Scott issues travel advisory for, quote, socialists, warning that Florida is, quote, openly hostile to them. Like, no shit. Doesn't the poem literally go, first they came for the socialists? Isn't that literally how the poem goes? Republican voters being like, her emails. Yeah, Rick Scott issued what he described as a formal travel advisory for socialists visiting Florida. He's taking the piss on how Equality Florida issued a travel recommendation to, like, not even travel there. The state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by socialists and others who work in the Biden administration. Scott, who is also the state's former governor, said in a press release, "Let me be clear, any attempts to spread the oppression and poverty that socialism always brings will be rebuffed by the people of Florida. Travelers should be aware that attempts to spread socialism in North Florida will fail and be met with laughter and mockery." Yeah, it's a statement in a mocking response to a recent travel guidance issued by social justice groups declaring Florida unsafe. Yeah, Jesus, I fucking wish Biden was a socialist. NAACP issued a travel warning. Oh, I didn't even see this. NAACP issued a travel warning that Florida had become, quote, hostile to Black Americans under Ron DeSantis. The League of United Latin American Citizens and Equality Florida also issued travel warnings. So I didn't realize that it wasn't just the Equality Florida thing. Multiple groups have said, just don't go there. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention it earlier and it kind of slipped my mind, but I'm gonna be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show again on June 15th. And I'm gonna be on there with Arden again. So if you're interested, I should have mentioned it earlier, up at the top of the stream, there were so many people in here who were like, I came in here from the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I tried to mention it then, but I got distracted because the ADHD is strong today. Excuse me, but yes, June 15th at 2 p.m. Central Time, I will be once again on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. So if you want to, you can rewatch this most recent episode from this past Thursday I was on there. The audio was really fucked up, but it was a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to going back. So I'm gonna just give you a little teaser. I just want to give you a little teaser taste that when Gayfesh pointed out that my pronouns on there were just they, them, like Jimmy Snow, who runs the show, the producer of it, he did not ask me what pronouns to list, because he did not know, I think, that I use its pronouns. So I told him, like, hey, I don't think I've mentioned it to you. I saw that it was they, them on the last stream, but this time, like, you should probably put it/they, them. That would probably engender some really interesting conversations on the show. And so I DM'd him that, and he said, oh, Arden actually already asked if we could have a discussion about that, like if you would be willing to have that discussion in the future. And I was like, bet, that's fucking hilarious, because she followed me on Twitter. And so she probably saw on Twitter that I use its pronouns, and I'm really excited about that. Because the thing is that the Transatlantic Call-In Show is kind of one of those, like, atheist-based call-in shows like The Atheist Experienced, TACIS is specifically for trans people, but it is still under that sort of purview of like it's an atheist skeptic show, and it's got this like argumentative thing. And they do have gender criticals and transphobes who call in, and that's a lot of fun. They do also, like, I think 4 of our 6 callers when I was on the show were trans people who just kind of wanted to ask questions and talk about trans issues, and that was awesome. I love the idea of having both a call-in show where transphobes are calling in and I'm doing basic level 101 argument stuff with them, and then like additionally having trans people call in to yell at me about my pronouns. Y'all, that sounds so fun. I'm so excited. So yes, I think it'll be a lot more fun this time because I will be a little bit more comfortable with the format. You know, we did a great show this last time, but I am ready. I think it's going to be even better. The one thing that's not fun is that there's like a huge delay. If you ever feel like it's weird timing, even between the hosts, there is a little bit of a delay. So if we start talking at the same time, it's kind of weird and awkward. And then even more of a delay with the callers. So that's kind of why people end up talking over each other and interrupting quite a bit on those kind of call-in shows, because of the way that they're hosted. But I really do think that it's going to be a great time, and I'm excited to get into it on June 15th. So that's going to be, yeah, a little bit less than a month from now, like about 3 weeks. Wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah, just about 3 weeks. Lux be like, people making fun of me? Let's go. Try to make fun of me. You can try. You can try. You won't succeed. Yeah, pretty messed up that call-in show is shortened to CIS. That's true. To cis. To cis. Good grief. Should we do a little coverage of this Marjorie Taylor Greene thing before we close out tonight? Lux in here dropping slurs. I know I'm dropping slurs. Hopefully I can call into this one without having to leave early for electrolysis this time. Yeah, for sure, if you want to call in. That's gonna be fun. Violet Lane called in. One of our viewers called in last time. I saw Gayfesh hanging out in the chat for Takis. And there were like more than 300 viewers in there at one point. So I'm really enthusiastic about the prospect of... The thing is, like, I don't know why you would host a call-in show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That seems like a really dumb time to have a stream, but I think that it is that way because Katie Montgomery is one of the main contributors, and Katie Montgomery is like, oh my god, am I still on this screen? Holy shit. Katie Montgomery is in the UK, so if it starts at 2 o'clock for us, then it's like 8 p.m. for her, and so I think that's the primary reason why the Transatlantic Call-In show happens in the middle of the afternoon. But for an American audience, oh boy, it's just not a good time of day. If you want to see some real brain dead turfery, Nominal Naomi is breastfeeding her adopted kid. I saw that. Maybe we should, yeah, maybe we'll have 2 more segments. Maybe we'll talk about the breastfeeding thing as well. Let's see what's going on. What's going on my phone? I don't know what you are doing, my phone. Holy shit, dude. Oh, I see that someone earlier... You got the tier 4 thing, but I realized you got like 3 months of tier 4, and I didn't see that part. Because I didn't see it until I looked at my phone. So technically we've hit the goal for today's stream, which is awesome. Does that mean that I should flex for you before we move on? I am really actually getting... like sweaty. Oh my god. They basically solo bought the right to see your arms. It's true. It was a $96 donation. So yes, thank you. Like, I don't know if they're still in. Alexis, are you still here? Yeah. Man, it's like the shoulder area is getting really... This like defining line right here. God damn. Ugh. It is getting quite big, huh? Yeah. It looks really hot in the mesh too. Let's see. Starting to get muscle back here as well. Yeah, anyway. We flex a little bit. We flexin'. Oh my fucking god. I'm really like angry at how warm it gets in here. Like, how can it be this hot? Holy fucking shit, dude. I'm gonna have to figure something else out, because this is ridiculous. I feel like I actually might have to save some of this shit for, like, later this week. Have any of you ever even noticed the sound of the air conditioner coming on? Because Jimmy made it sound like it was a huge deal. Like, because I did the transatlantic call-in show. Yeah, thank you, Alexis. I really appreciate you. Like, it really is, like, it's loud, and I know that. I have to change the volume on my speakers to adjust for how loud it is. Not even once. Because I have an age gate, or sorry, I have an age gate. I have a noise gate on my microphone. Turn it on now, let's test it. Bitch, sure. It's the end of stream, or we're nearing the end of stream. I'm too hot to continue. Turn it on. Okay, I actually took my sweatpants off earlier. So I'm gonna put those back on before I walk in front of camera. You have not paid enough to see the underwear. So here's where the issue comes in, is that I have a noise gate, so this microphone is supposed to kind of only kick on when it can hear me talking. And what Jimmy was saying is that there is a big difference between the way that the sound comes through when I'm talking versus when I'm not talking. Yeah, the AC is on right now. AC sound is not that bad. You're saying there is an underwear price. Yeah, there is. Like I said before, you know, I would do that sexy little, like, you hook your finger in the front of your pants and, like, just pull it down, like, eh. Like, I would do something like that. I literally can't hear it unless I turn you way up. Can barely hear AC. Yeah, it was like 82 degrees in here. It's just a wee bit of sound. Okay, Jimmy really made it sound like it was like a sound engineering fucking issue. So if I don't really need to turn the AC off, I can slightly hear the difference, but it's not too noticeable unless I turn the volume up way beyond normal listening. I can hear it behind your voice, but it's not making you drowned out. It's not so much that it's gonna drown me out, Creature of the Fae. It's more like, is there a big difference between my microphone picking up my voice and the, like, in the background versus, like, when I stop talking and it goes away? But also, Jimmy is probably listening on, like, really high fidelity producer microphone, or sorry, producer headphones, and maybe that's, like, a big difference for him personally. So, you know, can't hear your AC over mine. Absolutely. Holy shit. Yeah, so if it, you know, that's not the audio issue that I am concerned about when I was on Transatlantic Call-In Show. For some reason, all of the lows were just lost. So, like, all you could hear when I was talking was this sound, like, all the way up here, and the entire stream was like this, and that's part of why I decided I'm gonna talk differently, so that we cut out some of those highs in case we can't figure out what this issue is with my audio sounding stupid. The higher fidelity, the more sounds can be picked out, and the more prickly the sound engineer becomes. Yeah, fucking sound engineer. In fairness, as someone... Yeah, and Jimmy is, like, autistic, so certain background noise that others can't even hear if you're listening to it on headphones. But yeah, there are other things that I'm much more concerned about with my audio quality on Transatlantic Call-In Show, rather than not having my air conditioner on, so... Listen, if you all don't have an issue with it, then from now on, I'm gonna keep doing exactly what I've been doing, which is letting the air conditioner be absurdly loud while I'm streaming. Because, boy howdy, I've been complaining so much today. I'm like trying to get this under my arm. Like, oh my god, please wipe my pits off. I just showered yesterday. Ah! In the contest between Comfort and mild audio rumbles, I feel like Comfort should win. Sweaty Lux is hot? I guess so. It's like the audio is slightly salted. Just slightly salted audio. Just sprinkle a little bit over there. Do you have AC? Yeah, that's the problem, is that my blower motor is super loud in my air conditioner. Okay, so since we have gotten the air conditioning on, Nobody fucking cares, apparently, about whether you can hear it. And there's still 50 viewers in here. If you have not yet hit like, we're gonna keep the show going for a little while longer. I have a couple more things that we can discuss. Whoa. My computer is being a little bit funky. A blower, you say? Mm-hmm. There's also a legitimate issue for health from misophonia-type noise issues. It's not just discomfort. Hot take, discomfort is a type of pain. Like, discomfort isn't a separate experience from pain. It's just like on the mildest end of the spectrum of painful experiences. But yes, I get it. Like, misophonia, like, it triggers the pain part of your brain and not just, like, the I dislike this part of your brain. That was one of the things that made it possible for me to recognize that I have a pain disorder of some kind. Is, like, I didn't used to understand that being sore means that I am in pain. Like, I kept it distinct in my mind that, like, oh, you know, I'm just sore. But then when I started actually doing mindfulness exercises and understanding things like, you know, there is no distinction between anxiety and fear. Like, anxiety is a type of fear. It's under the broad umbrella. So, like, soreness is not distinct from pain. It is a description of the amount of pain that I'm in. So that's like something that I came to understand, that I do have a chronic pain disorder. Am I slipping into a British accent? Did I really? I wasn't trying to. It just happened. But yeah, I didn't realize that I have, like, a pain disorder until I recognized that being sore or being uncomfortable are, like, sliding scale aspects of pain. You got a license for that accent? That was a little bit more, Australian. That was slightly more Australian. Okay, I don't want to talk about this military thing someone posted. I don't really want to talk about this CBS News thing. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, Eve for America, this person blue check just commented this picture on the... Okay, I forgot what page this was on. This is the Ford commercial, and someone was like, this is the driver of the Ford. Pretty good stuff. Oi mate, me back says killing me gov. Oh gosh. It's starting to feel a little bit better in here with the air conditioning on. You got a license for that accent? Got a license? You can't. Accents are fun. Wait, if I drive a Ford, I can pull off that outfit? Yeah, if you drive a Ford, you just automatically turn into this twink. Or is this more... No. He's like buff. He's not quite a twink. He's like a twunk. This guy's like a twunk, right? You just automatically become a twunk dressed like this when you buy a Ford. I've correctly identified the twunk. Is the twunk in the room with us right now? Okay, I was gonna do this Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. I don't like talking about her. She sucks.
I don't think a lot. I think a lot of people.
Thank you. Shush. Shush. Yeah, now I have to figure out why my earphones aren't working. Like my headphones were not working earlier.
I think a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't really get what the deal is. Like, did the headphones themselves crap out? Or is there something wrong with my computer? Twink link. Okay, I don't need this Matt Walsh stuff open anymore. No more Matt Walsh. Was that Jonathan Colton? Yeah, it was. I started like, I quit, I'm done, 'cause I don't think it's gonna turn out okay. It's no fair, it's no fun, 'cause every time it's gonna end the same way. Me 0, big bad world 1. I really should do music shorts. That would be fun. Just do like little Jonathan Colton things. We've talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene a few times on this channel because she cannot stop talking about trans people. So it's only fair is fair. You know, she's gonna keep being in my sphere of the world because we live rent-free in her head. So we're just kind of responding to Marjorie Taylor Greene's repeated insertion into our business. She cannot mind her own business. She has really made our business her business. So here we go. In this instance, we gotta point out the inconsistencies, the hypocrisies. We already know that the point of the fascist takeover is the power, is the fact that they can just unilaterally declare, oh, you're not allowed to do something, but it's okay if I do it. So here we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who loves demonizing drag queens, now is defending her drag-wearing boyfriend. This Georgia representative has built a career demonizing drag queens and queer people generally. Oh, how the turntables. Thank you, the New Republic. So Marjorie Taylor Greene has gone out of her way to attack drag queens, and she's now defending her drag-wearing boyfriend. She's been dating Brian Glenn since late last year. He is currently working as a programming director for the conservative Right Side Broadcasting Network, but back in 2013 to 2015, he was an anchor on a local news station in Dallas, Texas. There was a video posted to Twitter on Sunday showing him in drag for a morning segment. Unclear when the segment originally aired, but clearly sometime around 2013, 2015. This is the video. Let's give it a little watch. I'm gonna have to... Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn my... See, this is the problem with my audio not working and the air conditioner being on now, is that I'm gonna have to turn my speakers way up and hope that it doesn't come through the microphone too hard. Yeah, please don't talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene doing repeated insertions. Marjorie Taylor Greene pegging her boyfriend. Trans people are their special interest. True. Stop being so autistically fixated on us, you weirdos. Wow, what weirdos. Okay, here we go. All right, now this is a short little... It's just a little 16 seconds, okay? I'm sorry if the volumes are weird.
I could tell you, I think a lot of people are up now. They're all hashtag I am up. Of course, come and check it out here. Starts on Saturday. I'm kicking these shoes off, but I may keep the pantyhose on. It does feel kind of good, actually. I'm not going to pee in them, I promise. I'm sitting back in the studio.
He said, I'm going to keep the pantyhose on. It feels kind of good, actually. And then what did he say? Did he say, I'm not going to pee in them? Was that the last thing he said there? It kind of seems like... The thing that he said at the end there was, I'm not gonna pee in them, which I'm assuming is some kind of reference to the rest of the conversation that they just had. Since this is the very end of the segment, like whatever the preparation like that he was giving, that was the very end of the segment. Like, what? The pantyhose feels good, and then an immediate reference to a piss kink. You trans girls, I don't get it. God save you, God love you. I don't understand the piss kink. But it's a thing. I guess it's like a thing that you all have sometimes. So both Glenn and Greene have shared the video on social media recently, with Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeting out that she was literally LOLing. Apparently Glenn dressed in drag for morning news in Dallas years ago, reporting on an upcoming local theater production, and the morons over at Patriot Takes think this is an attack. The left is so stupid. She's like saying, oh, the left is so stupid for acknowledging that it's hypocritical to be against drag in one instance because you assume that there's like a bunch of grooming going on. But it's totally okay when your cis boyfriend does it. Because that's just for fun and games. Like, that's just dress up. When my boyfriend does it, it's just for dress up. It's just for a laugh. It's just for fun. But you trannies are taking it way too seriously. Like, and you're gonna groom the children, and you're strippers, and you're sexually exposing yourself to minors. Like, how many times do I need to say how fucking stupid that is? The slur almost came out. How many times do I have to say how fucking stupid that is? Here I am, scrolling TikTok with the stream. I looked up and all I heard was MTG likes to peg her boyfriend. Yeah. I don't agree with it, but I'll fight to the death for his right to piss himself in pantyhose. Oh my god. Yeah, Green has repeatedly attacked drag performances of any kind, at one point calling them, quote, indoctrination, and saying that it should be, quote, illegal for children to attend. She has likened supporting LGBTQ community to grooming children, and even suggested that people who support drag queens should be considered, quote, domestic terrorists. Meanwhile, like, yeah, her boyfriend's news segment presumably did not include a warning for any minors who might be watching. It was on public television on the news, so clearly there's going to be... Excuse me. Clearly, there's likely to be people under the age of 18 with, like, the television on in their general vicinity who might see it. I'm sitting on a bunch of slurs right now. I feel you, my dragon sibling. Listen, sometimes it comes out. I try to keep them self-directed. The slurs lately, I try to keep the slurs self-directed recently. Yeah, the actual problem for Republicans does not seem to be drag itself, but rather who is dressed in drag. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, for example, wore drag in high school, but he signed the country's first law banning drag performances in public, which was, of course, blocked by a judge. And then the criminally indicted Representative George Santos dressed in drag in Brazil, but he has fully embraced the GOP's anti-LGBTQ stances, and now we have Glenn, who works for a far-right, openly Trump-supporting news network, who has done drag in the past. So it's not drag that they're against, it's trans people. Don't ever get it twisted. It is not about drag, it's about trans people. And even more on top of that, it's about keeping women down fundamentally. Like, you cannot transgress the lines of gender and gender performance without, like, fundamentally attacking the construct of, like, women being subservient to men. It seriously goes all the way down to, like, women should not wear pants. Like, it comes all the way down to that. Yeah, I wasn't really intending any of that as a joke, but, like, yeah, Jimmy Dore had a bit saying this used to be a joke, talking about trans people, and that's the distinction here. When right-wingers wear drag, they do it to make fun of people and tear others down. The idea of respecting any gender non-conforming people as actual human beings is what they abhor. Yeah, like, it's funny. This should be all in good fun. If a man dresses like a woman, that's hilarious, and that's so funny, and this should still be funny. Yeah, no, it's okay. And, like, so the moment you're like, well, okay, you think it's funny, but you're like caricaturing an entire community of people, and it's like, how is you as a cis person doing drag to make fun of the idea of a man cross-dressing as a woman? How is that materially different, as Mersh points out, than blackface and minstrel shows? Like, what is the material difference between these two things? People generally think that racism is worse, and that it should be taken more seriously, and that you should not compare other types of bigotry to racism, but, like, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. It's the same fundamental mechanism of hatred. Like, we're wearing you as a costume because you're funny to us. We don't take you seriously, and if you do genuinely dress this way, we're going to treat that like a joke because we understand it to be worthy of ridicule. So yeah, they're hypocritical. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, I would love if she just walked into the ocean and never came back. That would be great. Yeah, when they say Dylan Mulvaney is doing woman face, they are projecting because that's what they are doing when they cross-dress. Every accusation is a confession for the 10,000th time. For the 1,000,000th time, maybe. Finding GNC people funny is so stupid. Yeah, it's certainly lowbrow comedy. Like, har har, dressing like the opposite gender, that's so weird. Har har. I've seen black politicians fighting fiercely for our rights because of the similarities, because it is just another form of bigotry. Like, there is definitely differences, but yeah. Right, like, there is the discussion with Zoe Zephyr and the Justins, who were who were temporarily kicked out of their positions in, was it Tennessee? And they spoke with Zephyr on the news, and she was saying, like, yeah, we have solidarity. Like, we are both communities under attack right now. Proving that fundamentally they're not funny. Yeah. Yeah, give her some concrete platform boots and let her walk into the ocean. All you have to do is just not stop her. That's all you need to do. All you have to do is just not stop her from walking into the ocean. Jesus Christ. Was there something else funny that I wanted to talk about before the end of the show? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know what's wrong with you, Adrian. You're silly, Billy. Fundamentally, their humor is punching down, hence why only they find it funny. Cis people just really... I mean, this is like a... Typically, you think of it as a problem for cis white men. They just crumble when you don't find their bigotry funny. You know? They just cannot handle the idea. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go on Surus's show sometime soon. Do any of you here know Surus? Your fan almost sounds like someone is pounding on the door. This is what I was saying, like, I need a quieter fan. Ugh. Let me drink some more water, maybe that'll help. Surus is based. Yeah, I'm not really, like, close with Surus, but I've known him for a long time, like, casually. Fishy, yeah, you watch his show? Yeah, he asked me if I would come on sometime to, like, do a short segment, or I guess maybe a long segment, I don't know, like, explaining, what did he say? He said, the basic idea is to do a streaming segment together where we just go over what trans rights are, so that when we say that's what we're advocating for, we have something to point to. Basically, like... You know, the idea, when people used to say, well, gay people do have the right to get married. They have the right to get married to someone of the opposite sex. Like, going and actually explaining what are the fundamental rights that we're trying to preserve access to. So I might go on Surus's show sometime soon as well. I love collabing. It is so fun. I seriously, I cannot wait to do Transatlantic Call-In Show again. It's gonna be fucking based. Okay, let me make sure. What? Was there anything else that I wanted to talk about? Some funny stuff? Maybe I'm just about done, huh? God, the fucking religious conversation. Still. The concept of equity is so alien to Republicans. I think you can help his platform for NB knowledge too. Yeah, well, I thought that Surus had a non-binary partner. Is that who you're talking about, Fishy? Because I know that people are excited to have me on the Transatlantic Call-In Show because there aren't any other non-binary hosts, apparently. So, like, I get to be the one... Listen, that's so exciting to me. Being the one non-binary voice on Transatlantic Call-In Show... Dude, I'm so about it. I'm so about it. I think I'm one of the only, like, really forward-facing non-binary people. I guess, like, Conyer is forward-facing non-binary, like femboy. I know that Demon Mama is non-binary. She generally presents herself more like along the lines of a trans woman. So, like, I just feel like there aren't that many non-binary voices. And like, that particular niche, like the atheism, skepticism crossover into the trans community, like, that's a niche for sure. We have to get the transphobes riled up so they make Lux into a regular villain on the Transatlantic show. You have no idea. I'm so ready. I'm so excited. Oh, yeah, we were going to talk about Mommy Naomi. Thank you, Gloria. Yeah, I was seeing some conversation about that, but I did not retweet. Did I retweet? I don't think I retweeted her video. Where is Naomi? yo, is this real? Because I agree that this is the kind of advertising that we should have everywhere. Jesus, we need more of that everywhere. I'm excited to hear the gender criticals go even more rabid at the concept of NB people. I think a lot of the current callers are big gooners for Arden and Katie. Does gooners in this sense mean like they call because they're haters of Arden and Katie? Okay, I don't watch the Transatlantic Call-In show very often. So those of you who are familiar with it, do they talk about non-binary issues very often? Or because it's usually binary trans people, do they not end up going that place? I'm sure that it has to come up, right? Like, it has to come up, and like, they, them pronouns. So it's like, you know, these binary trans people can probably make a lot of the arguments, but yeah, I don't know. They're haters, but yeah, you mentioned this before, Mama, that you're pretty sure Wes is sub to Arden's OnlyFans. Calling in to poke the dragon. A gooner is someone from Something Awful forums? Really? You should have a segment where you talk about memes with Arden and or Katie. It's hard to coordinate. Yeah, well, Katie could join me on the Sunday show. The problem is that fundamentally they are so brainwashed that the entire idea of there being biological and sociological sex and gender outside of male and female is like hearing that angels are real for atheists. I was understanding gooning as just being rabidly horny. Oh, so people are like rabidly horny for Katie and Arden, like a hate boner. They basically view being non-binary as some hypothetical myth and not a thing we can actually be and are. Yo, can you imagine how fun it would be if like someone's on the show and they're like trying to attack me for being non-binary and they're like, well, I can tell you were born male, or whichever way they go. If they're like, I can tell you were born male or born female. If I did that, like that voice chameleon thing I was doing earlier, like, oh yeah, you can really tell. Like, are you sure? Are you absolutely positively sure that you can always tell? Because I really doubt that you actually have the capacity to just look at someone or listen to their voice and actually tell what they were born. Like, the fact that I can weaponize that I am a shapeshifter and that, like, people genuinely can't tell what my assigned sex at birth is. Like, if you thought that it wasn't possible to transition into being non-binary, I'm fucking it. Like, I am one of the penultimate examples. Valley Girl realness. Is there even a way for me to do this voice where it doesn't come off really Valley Girl? Like, it's not really an intentional aspect of the voice where it comes out like Valley Girl. It's just that this is the combination of sounds that come out sounding more feminine. The S's, I'm hitting the S's so hard. I gotta pull back on the S's. Anyway. Yeah, someone help me get the Naomi video. Where's the video of Naomi talking about how her titties are leaking? That was a really graphic way. I'm sorry, nominal Naomi. I respect you. As a fellow creator, that was a horrible thing to say. Oh no. Oh god. I'm just gonna hide. I'm sorry. Even before I was out in any way, shape, or form, I had randos being uncertain of my gender on more than one occasion. Just your typical Valley Boy girl from Kansas. Oh my god. Trying to get my voice to sound the way I want is an ongoing struggle because my voice fluctuates so much. It really depends on the time of day. Take advantage of the times of day where your voice sounds the way that you really want it to and practice then, you know? That's been my biggest issue with being an NB. I either sound extremely white Valley Girl or I sound like a child. Some women just sound like children, Violet. Like, before I got on hormones, like, here, occasionally I will play a little bit of audio for you. I don't have the videos live on my channel anymore because it's kind of fucking embarrassing, but I will tell you, like, here you go. Do you want to know what I sounded like before I started T? How can I do this? Search across your channel, voice. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Wait, what? Okay, here. Trans voice lessons on YouTube is a godsend if you need help. I think I've listened to her before. Yeah, okay, so listen to the sounds of my squeakiness.
Hey there, Internet. I just wanted to make a short video
Okay, I can't listen to more than like 5 seconds of that. I actually only made it to 4 seconds and then I had to turn it off. That's what I sounded like. I was like 21. I was a full adult. Age 21. That's what I sounded like before T. Like, I don't think there is any way for me to even approximate sounding like that ever again. Like, hold on, can I do that? Like, what is it? Oh, it's like...
talking about how I'm gonna start hormones soon.
Hold on, how can I get that? I'm gonna start hormones soon! Like, that's... I don't even know. It's... oh my god. So anyway, I sounded like a child. Baby, I know. Having a heavy lisp doesn't help. Oh yeah, for sure. That must be really hard. My voice definitely sounds higher now, just not really masc or femme, just autistic for lack of a better descriptor. Yes, my voice change was the biggest thing. Like the reason why it's not that big of a deal for me to go off testosterone is because my voice changed, and that was the biggest part for me. Like, everything else is kind of like, okay. Right, like, I don't know. I don't really mind a lot of the rest of it. But yeah, ugh. My voice was so squeaky back then. Nominal Naomi! Nominal Naomi! Where is the breast leaking videos? I'm 22 and people clock me as 16 sometimes, and I'm like, excuse me, IDK if I sound childish. Where is the breast? I found a clip of me as a teenager on our local news, and it was big cringe. People who know me now don't believe it was me. Oh, rip. Okay, but where's the video? Oh, here it is! Yes, 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 yes. It gives wider range for trans femmes, but at the cost of it being harder to get femme ranges without vocal training. And even then, really hard to get a voice that doesn't read as a caricature because many, quote, femme voices are heavily accented. Like a lot of intonation and inflection expectations. Yes, this is one of the things that I think that I really like about my voice is that I go up and down in the way that I talk. Like, there's kind of a musical sort of lilt, I think, to the way that I speak, which is why it's so weird when people tell me that I sound like a robot. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? But yes, learning the inflection is a challenging aspect of it. Wow, I need to drink water. There's like 48 people in here right now. We're still going strong, almost 4 hours into this stream. If you haven't yet hit like, consider hitting like real quick. It's appreciated, and it's free. And if you haven't donated, consider donating. Because I'm trying to pay my taxes from last year. Maybe it's your vocal fry. I guess. I take allergy meds every day because my voice fries hard. I just try not to take any medication every day. Oh my gosh. That was exactly the tempo of the bathroom song from Demon Mama's show. I really want to practice this shit so I can try streaming. Listen, if you have the chutzpah... Yes, that was me. If you have the chutzpah, you could make your stream like a voice training stream. It would be maybe embarrassing, but I don't know. Could be fun. Lyrebird in the flesh? Is that a bird thing? Do birds go... I take Spiro, Proggers, an anti-anxiety med, an antihistamine, biotin supplements, and prep every day. Plus estrogen injection once a week. Yeah, prescriptions are different. Like, I try not to take over-the-counter... Okay, hold on. Like, speaking of over-the-counter medicines, I just made a purchase from a pharmacy in another country to get an over-the-counter nasal spray called Enovid, E-N-O-V-I-D, because some studies have indicated that this stuff will basically serve as sort of an antimicrobial prophylactic. So there's a couple of studies that have been done on it. Some of the studies have indicated that if you are sick with COVID already and you use the nasal spray like several times a day, it apparently can dramatically lower your viral load by like 94% within the first day or two, which is crazy. And that means that you're gonna get over being sick sooner, and you have like a dramatically less likelihood of ending up with long COVID complications, because it does seem that the tendency to have long COVID complications is correlated pretty heavily with your initial viral load. Which makes sense because long COVID is a post-viral syndrome. So if your body kills off the virus before it has a chance to really replicate, then, you know, no harm, no foul to some extent. Like, you're probably not going to have as severe of a post-viral complication. So this stuff has been shown in some small studies that it can help you clear an infection really quickly. But the other thing, it has been tested. I think it was like 462 college students were tested. Half of them, of course, had the placebo. Half of them had the actual nitric oxide spray. And the ones who had the nitric oxide spray had a 75% like reduced chance of catching COVID when you use it as a prophylactic for high-risk situations. Like, if you know you're going to go to a place where people aren't masking, like you're going to go on public transit, or you're going to get stuck in an elevator for a while, you can take it as a preventative measure. So it hasn't been approved in the US, which, like, so it's like, I kind of feel dumb, like I'm doing the ivermectin thing, but it's not. Like, ivermectin doesn't have the same kind of studies behind it, like phase 3 trials showing that it can demonstrably reduce your viral load, and like nitric oxide and like the other ingredients that are in it. So like, I'm hoping that it doesn't hurt me. It seems like there are no safety issues based on the initial trials. So I'm trying it out so that, you know, when I go to this party in a couple weeks, I can feel safer not having a mask on around people, even though most of the event is going to be outdoors. So yeah, I like spent $70 on an over-the-counter nasal spray from fucking Israel. Like, I bought it from a pharmacy in Israel because it's been approved there as an over-the-counter medicine for the purpose of preventing COVID and flu infections. So I'll tell you how that goes. I'm excited to try it, because if there is some kind of prophylactic, then that really does change things as far as like whether you're going to be able to live in the world for the rest of the COVID time that it exists. And like, it reducing your propensity for long COVID is definitely a big part of it. Here's a vid showing the imitations. Wait, what are we looking at? Oh. Wait, what? That's a bird. Oh my god. Okay. It's like a laser. Oh my god, it was like a laser beam. It was like, pew, 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 pew. Oh no. They can copy chainsaws too. Yeah, it sounded like a crying baby. Like a toddler having a fit at the zoo is what that sounded like. Kill it. Oh no. If you're just coming in, hit like. We're about to watch a video of Nominal Naomi talking about inducing lactation as a transgender woman. So let's go. Yeah, it turns out that the biological differences between males and females they're very slim. We are barely sexually dimorphic. Like some species, there's a very clear difference. Like, you know a male peacock when you see it. They've got the feathers, they've got the colors. Female peacocks, usually kind of brown colored, like almost looks like a different species of bird. Humans, not so much. Humans barely sexually dimorphic. If you've ever been on hormones, you will know from personal experience that you can, in fact, change most of the relevant features of your sex by just taking some hormones. Trans women grow breasts on their own. Trans men have their clitoris grow into a micro penis, basically. Your voice gets deeper and changes on testosterone. You know, hit like on the show if you yourself know the powerful impact of hormones on your sex development. So there is an ongoing conversation that I've been familiar with for years about how to induce lactation as a transgender woman, right? Like, hypothetically, you have breasts in the same traditional way that cisgender women have breasts. And so it's like, okay, well, like most likely we can induce lactation. And I've known this for a while. You actually can. You just take, you know, your estrogen, you take your progesterone, you take some domperidone, I believe is what the drug is called. It's normal. It's given to cisgender women for the purpose of them inducing lactation. If, for example, it's like a lesbian couple and they both want to breastfeed, or if you adopt a baby and you want to be able to breastfeed it, which I think is the situation going on with Nominal Naomi. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that she is adopting a child, or her and her partners are adopting a child, and she is trying to induce lactation. So let's watch this video from her. Let's see what we got here.
Trans women can indeed lactate. You would follow the Newman-Goldfarb protocol, a medical protocol designed to help women induce lactation if they were not like getting pregnant themselves. I'm gonna be a mother. That's in the works, in the process. And part of that process is that I am working to induce lactation to be able to breastfeed our youngest child. Yeah, actually mommy Naomi.
Look at how happy she is. Just look at how happy she is. Look at that. Like, you can't look at that face and tell me that there is anything wrong with what she's getting there. Like, it's just gorgeous. Don Perignon makes you lactate? No wonder it's so expensive. I think she's adopting her partner's kids from a previous marriage. Is one of them a baby? Like, she's just adopting partner's kids from a previous marriage and one of them happens to be a baby? Yeah, this is so wholesome. It's so cute.
Yeah, actually mommy Naomi. I've actually already successfully induced lactation. Like, I can actually make milk now, which has been a very interesting and very cool experience. It's like very biologically affirming too, which is something that's like gatekept from trans women. Like, so trans women can.
Yeah, like, it's not even hard to get trans women to lactate. There is a medication that is regularly given to cisgender women to help them induce lactation so that they can feed their babies. For, you know, cis women who are pregnant but just aren't able to, like, lactate, they might use the drug to help supplement. Or a non-gestational parent, like, hypothetically, even as a male who doesn't have substantial breasts, like, hypothetically, even just any man could have lactation induced. This is the kind of shit that makes me happy cry. It's so beautiful. And she has, like, she posted pictures of, like, look, she pumped some breast milk. Like, that's milk that came out of some boobies. It's a real thing. It's so good. Like, I'm so happy for her in that regard. Oh my gosh, there's a gnat in my face. The goddamn fungus gnats. It's like the kind of complaints that people have about this. Like, people really think that this is disgusting. Like, folks really think that this is gross and ugly. Why am I not able to go back to this tweet? excuse me, Twitter, why are you being so fucking stupid? Like, what, like, where did the tweet go that I was just looking at? Hold on. Like, there's stupid things going on here. Like, hormone drugs in your, quote, milk. You don't care? That is the #1 sign that you are not a mother and you have no business parenting any child. Like, folks are saying, you know, oh, you take these drugs to transgender yourself, so that's not healthy for a baby, even though the medication that you're taking is literally just estrogen. So guess what? If the estrogen that trans women take is unhealthy for babies, so is the estrogen in the bodies of cisgender women. Like, the idea that it's fundamentally different is so stupid. Like, that, oh, that's not real milk. Sure, you got some kind of liquid to excrete out of your breast, but that doesn't make it nutritionally valuable. The only nutritionally valuable milk comes from cisgender women. And then you have stuff like this, like, stop trying to pop your man tits in the mouths of little babies. They cannot see trans people doing anything as not being sexual. And, like, to be fair, I think that a lot of these crazy people also think that, like, they're also against cisgender women breastfeeding in public, for example, because they cannot think of a woman's breasts as anything other than sexual. So, you know, if they see a woman breastfeeding, it makes them think about their own kink, about, you know, being a little baby sucking on the titty and drinking milk from mommy. Like, they don't want to grapple with their kinks, right? So, and, like, they also think that, like, inherently a trans woman wants to be female because it is a kink for her. This is like the fundamental argument behind the idea that trans people shouldn't wear the clothes that we want to while we're in public, because the argument is that, well, you're doing that because you get off sexually. To quote Riley Grace Rochong, you are getting off around other people. You are getting off by using the gaze of other people. You are getting off by forcing people to engage with your fantasy. So obviously, there's this connection here between assuming that breasts are always sexual and, like, female breasts are always sexual, assuming that trans women exist as a fundamentally autogynephilic existence. And so therefore, and, like, again, and, like, the grooming thing, so they genuinely think that there is some urge that trans women have to, like, get off sexually by having a baby suck on their tit. And it's, like, really deranged how many levels deep it goes. Okay, here's some of the tweets that I was looking for. Yeah, Naomi points out the peer-reviewed literature has even analyzed the nutritional content of trans women's breast milk, and it was found to be at the expected levels or better, consistent with the literature on induced lactation in cis women. So trans women's breast milk is pretty much identical to similar breast milk gone through a similar process of induction using the medication to induce breast milk production. Like, participants' milk showed values of protein, fat, lactose, and calorie content at or above those of standard term milk. So good for these girls. Listen, you can, I think the drug is called domperidone. Yeah. Oral root. Oh, hold on. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Yeah. So domperidone, it's spelled like this, Domperidone. It's sold under the brand name Motilium. It's a dopamine antagonist. It's used to treat nausea and vomiting and certain gastrointestinal problems. It also raises the level of prolactin in the human body and is used to induce and promote breast milk production. So listen, you know, any trans girls out there, if you can get a prescription for it, you know, that's the medication that you need to take. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Junebug. Like, breastfeed, even just cis women breastfeeding, They can't see it as non-sexual. Yeah, you can absolutely enjoy sucking on a tit during sex and understand that breastfeeding is a different thing that is not sexual. Cis women do it all the time. Yeah, that's one of the things that like freaks me out about pregnancy, but women do it all the time. It's like, okay, I have a baby and it's gonna suck my tit in order to like get food, and it's not sexy. It actually hurts and sucks. And then like, you know, you can also have your partner giving your breasts attention in a way that is erotic because the context is rather different. Betcha it's the same folks who tell me that I will regret eating the teats because I'll want to breastfeed, even though the idea of doing it myself makes me viscerally uncomfortable. Now, I will also say, if you are transmasc and you have had top surgery and you do want to breastfeed, not because, like, I mean, basically, like, you know, you don't have the sensation on your chest anymore, so maybe it's a little bit different. You can use a supplemental feeding system to still give your baby breast milk, or even you could probably funnel formula through it. But that skin-on-skin contact is really important. So even if you've had top surgery, if you want to have a baby, you don't have to miss out on the experience of bonding through the breastfeeding process. You just have to use a supplemental feeding system. Easy peasy. Conservatives seem to have more kinks than anyone else, and then they project them onto others. They have some serious issues. Studies have shown conservatives fantasize more about cuckolding than any other demographic, despite calling others cucks. They really just need to be mommy-dommed. I think that we could whip the Republican Party into shape if we just started putting more mommy-doms in the Senate. Let's elect more mommy-doms. They will crumble. Can you imagine? These Republicans would crumble if a mommy-dom told them to be good girls. You know what I mean? Like, wonderful. It's been amazing starting puberty again and being more cogent and especially desirous of the next 5 years. For sure. Mommy doms in the Senate. Where's that one video? We've watched it before on stream. What is it? It's like dominatrix goes to committee meeting. Yes! Oh my god, we have watched this before.
Okay. Is Ms. Crave here?
Enjoy.
Did you sign up to speak? Would you care to speak? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Like, look at her. She is in a full latex suit. That is insane. Oh my god, look at how fucking high her heels are. And she's got her drones with her.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, council peoples. You may call me mistress. I am here standing neutral to the motion approving an agreement for the proprietary purchase of yard waste processing and disposal. I do, however, find it interesting that you will spend almost $1 million to hide your secrets down the drain. Hiding that condom I know you used to cheat on your spouse with. So, I propose that you use a quarter of that mill to support doms and subs in Broward County, to build a dungeon.
So I do actually think that this is pretty cringe, but it is also very funny. So yeah, I truly do find this very cringe, but I also love her. So it's like a hard place for me to be in. Oh man. Stretch, y'all. It feels good. Ooh. There we go. I wonder what would happen if you took them to a Southern Baptist convention. I'm sure it would be amusing. Good grief. Well, we are about 4 hours in. This is it's been a pretty long one, and I am tired, and I am ready to go do something else for a little while. Cringe, but I love her is how I want people to think of me. True. Thank you all so much for hanging out for this stream. Excuse me. It's been a successful one. I've had a really fun time, and I am planning on seeing you on Thursday. So stay well in between now and then, and, you know, generally behave. All right? Just fucking behave.